wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but I could stay forever here in the moonlight, 'cause this feels just right. Oh, you know, you got
too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. And before we start talking a lot, let's thank our band for once again introducing us to this incredible show with their custom composed pieces. Our Neos band. My notes are gone. But that's okay, because I know these guys' names. Thank you, huge thank you to Lorenz, Jan, Robert, and Klausi. The list of introductions are not quite done yet. Let me please introduce you to Stefan, your host.
Hello.
I am his trusty sidekick, Maya, and our hosting team is completed by Christian and Tobias. We will be switching around the stages. You will be seeing most of us. Now let me do me a quick little favor. On the count of 3, please just say your name, okay? Everybody understand? 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Now everybody knows each other. Love that.
Well, yeah, it's very special to be here again in person in Karlsruhe. So welcome everybody. We have, of course, again the NeosCon app. In case you already downloaded it or have it from last year, as I do, I don't delete it from my phone. The rebrand has already reached the Neos app. There is a hidden Android feature, though. There are icons. You just have to find them. And it's very cute. And very big thank you to Jasmin Lehmann from Queo, who put a lot of effort into that. Well, there's another feature you have with those sometimes hidden icons. You can create your own schedule. By liking them, you have your own personal schedule with the app, and it guides you through the rest of the day. It's similar like when you the artist has an album and he has a certain sequence of songs that is very carefully crafted, and now you play it on shuffle, but there was some intention behind it. Create your own schedule. And another thing, Jasmin doesn't only do amazing app work, but also crafts hand-stitched Neos swag for community dogs. It's not yet in the Neos shop, but it might get there eventually. You have one already.
I have one. I got a little bandana, hand-stitched with the Neos logo for my dog, who's currently watching on the live stream. Hi, Ollie.
Then a returning format in the schedule that you all can participate in is, of course, our lightning talks. Those are on the second day, so tomorrow 10 a.m. on Studio Stage. 5 talks, each 7 minutes, so you please submit your talk to Anke. Anke is going to host this. Where are you, Anke? Anke, spot on? Yeah. So please see Anke and tell her if you have a lightning talk for tomorrow. Then, of course, another established format is the Neos Awards tonight at 5:45 here on center stage. David Spiola is back, and he's going to join me on stage, and he's going to do the awards ceremonies. And then there's a little new format relating to the Neos Award, which is Neos in Action. Have you heard about that?
I have heard about it.
Yeah, that's very special because there you are going to see the award nominees. So some of those that you see there are going to win an award tonight, but you don't know who. Have fun, participate. Well, Maya?
Yes. We have some behind the scenes thoughts. Who wrote that? Because sometimes in the excitement of being on stage, when we lose consonants in our speech, we forget to tell you the fun little stories that happen. So we've collected them a little bit this year. We are sprinkling them throughout the sessions. Last year, for instance, we forgot to tell you the beautiful story of how those cardboard NEOS ends came to be. I don't want to spoil that. There's a blog post on that, though. But this year, we want to give you a little bit more context. By the way, the NEOS N was a huge success. There's even this cute little video of Martin folding it while speaking about the talk that he gave here at the con. In case you want your own NEOS N and you don't have one yet, you can get it on the shop. We have the N there, and we also, a tiny little bird told me, pro tip, because we're all friends, the super early bird ticket sales for NeosCon 2027 are going on sale there today. And also on the shop are the towels that we give away as speaker gifts this year. We always try to come up with creative and sustainable gift ideas. We don't want to hand out things that are thrown away. So there's a lot of careful thought and crafting going into the speaker gifts every year. And this year we have a little surplus of towels if you want to get one. They are available for purchase in the shop. There's only a few in stock. If you're quick enough, you can buy one and pick it up at the check-in desk. If they are sold out, you can join the wait list. The other thing that we are giving away to the speakers are these, we were supposed to have one here, I guess that didn't work out. We have these beautifully sewn little bags that are made out of the old sponsor roll-ups from the past years.
Which we obviously can reuse.
So, because the sponsoring changes all the time, so we need to change the roll-ups. So we had to do something. We don't like throwing things away. The thought of sustainability is very valuable in this community. So they were produced in an integration project by inmates. And if you're lucky, you can pick out one that brightly features your own company or a NEOS N or someone else's company. They're really beautifully sewn bags.
And if not, you might do so next year because you can become sponsor.
All right, and then there's the t-shirts. You might have noticed that we are straying from the old trusty dark tones. The blacks and the dark blues are gone this year, and instead we have this beautiful light blue. The choices in the past have been very safe and conservative and nerd-friendly, because looking out into this crowd, I see a lot of black. So we decided to freshen up the design a little bit. Since last year, the design has been in female hands at Format D, who also sponsor the shirt. So huge thank you to that. We love that. Yes. So you probably all just got your shirt while checking in, so I'm expecting that tomorrow we will be looking into a sea of light blue. Also, did you notice that there's our names on the back?
Oh, yeah.
For the second year in a row. That means there's 2 t-shirts with my name on it, which, like, how much separates me from Taylor Swift at this point? I'm basically her.
Yeah.
It's wild. All right.
Well, we do have an opportunity that you see hanging around everywhere where you can share your feedback. There's one a mandatory question, which is regarding to the day, but you can fill out the whole survey. But in case you want to just give some quick feedback, like you have some current problem that you want to have solved, you don't find anyone, just drop a note there, like you're stuck in a bathroom or what. It's bad reception down there. So QR code is outside, so everything you want to communicate, please do so. Marika will check every few seconds. And she's gonna improve it the next second. So before we come to the sponsors now, we of course show them on the slide. In case you see your employer's name, I want you to make some extra noise. Is that okay? Okay, so we have for this conference our gold sponsors, 3M5. Wow. Format D. Flow Native. Yeah. Network Team. And Punkt.de. Yeah. We have silver sponsors. Cornelsen. And Past Creator. Our tech partners, Studio and Sandstorm.
I expected that.
And this conference is organized by Sandstorm and Punkt.de. And all this would not have been possible, or not only the conference, but the ongoing development of Neos and Flow and all the surrounding legal, administrative, infrastructure costs. And those are sponsored by our longtime supporters, Platinum, Queonext, Zeitgeist, Sandstorm, and from Switzerland, Visol. Yeah, we're doing great. And then, for the first time, we have a diamond longtime supporter, which is 3M5.
We would kindly ask you to share your experience, share the word around our conference. If you do, make sure to tag Neos and, hashtag NeosCon. But that was a lot of talking. Let's get into the meat of things. I have the immense pleasure to announce for the, nth time, the one, the only, the man, the legend, Robert Lemke.
Robert, let me hand you over the controls.
Yes, and it's so nice that you put that 20-year-old photo of me. I turned 50 last week. So yeah, thanks a lot for the introduction, and I'm still overwhelmed after all these years by standing here. It's quite exciting to look into your faces of the community here. And so a warm welcome from me too to NEOS Conference 2026. So, as always, I ask, who is here at some NEOS event for the very first time? Can you raise your hands? There are, yes, great. So welcome. I'm pretty sure you'll make some new friends by the end of this. I promise that. So, and if you look around here, not at me, but at this place here, you see that this is not what usually a community conference looks like. This is practically half a television studio, right? And this was built by volunteers within less than 2 days, and it still amazes me what the community does here, just with passion and a lot of knowledge gained over the years. And I want to say a big thank you to put up this stage, to make this possible, to make it such an inspiring place for everyone. So thanks a lot for the whole team who makes that possible. And I have to say, I really love this stuff, all of it. You know, the cables, the little red telly lights, the moving lights and everything. My heart really beats faster when I get into such a room, because maybe some of you know, but I used to do exactly this for a living many, many years ago, long before NEOS, long before my PHP code was good enough to being paid for. So in 1997, who was born there? Not born there yet. So this is, you know, grandpas telling war stories, right? So at that time, I did my apprenticeship at Studio Hamburg. So I was the very first year of learning Mediengestalter, Bild und Ton, so picture and sound, television. And it was a strange time to learn that trade because the whole industry was facing a big change back then. So I still learned everything analog, with composite video and the old signal chains, editing with a Sony BVE 2000 that's there. And in order to edit a video, you actually needed these tape machines and rolling tapes and get them back and forth and so on. But I also learned digital editing, and this is, sorry, it's very old, it's 1997. This is a software which still exists, Avid Media Composer, which was the first non-linear editing solution back then. And so I also edited on a computer, and there was to a newspaper I told famously back then, yeah, in the future everyone will edit videos on a computer. So it was me who was the visionary back then. And this is here, I don't know if you can see that, that is also a photo from back then. I worked there. That is a color correction suit, which cost, if I remember right, like 11 million euros back then, this whole setup, because it had uncompressed video with full color range and whatnot. And this is how it looks like on my MacBook today, and it doesn't cost anything. It's the same software as DaVinci, and so you can do the same things, even in much better quality today. And this is crazy, and this is why we could build a TV studio here, because all the gear got cheap enough, right? So, but having this equipment, I mean, you can download that software. That doesn't mean that you can produce a show. So in order to produce a show, you need to have an eye for the frame. You need just having that equipment doesn't give you lighting and sound design and rhythm and the feel when to cut and everything. So that means the creative part didn't get cheaper. That part actually got more valuable, because now everybody can do that, and you can differentiate, if you're into video editing, you can differentiate yourself from others by being very good at the creative part. So, and back then we had quite some time to adapt. The switch from analog to digital didn't come overnight. It took quite some years. But the shift we are now facing, the shift to AI, comes much faster, of course. And Avid Media Composer still exists. I looked it up, and now, of course, it has AI support. It's quite good. It can cut your sports highlights while the match is still running, and it can do that in seconds, and you won't notice the difference to any other soccer match you've seen before. So does that mean that video editing is now in the domain of AI? And so I wonder where the new will come from. This is a question I thought about a lot this year. Because, as you all know, AI mostly works with what it already has seen. So it recombines what exists, brilliantly sometimes, but it leans always toward the middle, toward the most likely, toward the most average. And that's not a flaw, that's literally how it works. This is how LLMs work today. So, yeah, let me show you a snippet from a movie, a very short one, and just focus on the cuts in that movie, all right? So I'll show it to you now.
How much do I... Lucy,
You schmuck, you bastard. I'd have to cut your fucking head off.
you're upset, right?
Yeah. Obviously. So you've seen the jumps, the jump cuts. And usually jump cuts are a mistake. You don't want to cut into the flow of a movement. And of course, you don't want to jump back in time and so on. So in that movie, the main character has problems with distinguishing between reality and fiction. And therefore, Woody Allen used these jump cuts to emphasize that sentiment, that feeling of being completely confused in time and reality and so on. So AI, I would say, would never have invented such editing. It would have smoothened it out and made it correct. Yeah? And I think there's a real risk hiding under this. Maybe you know this here. So if you train an AI model over generations, though in the beginning you have multiple different cat photos, for example, and then you tell the AI to generate more of them, then you train the second generation based on that output. And over time, it will normalize and averaged, and surprising details will get away. And this is called a model collapse. So if you train AI with what it has generated, it will get worse and worse in the future. And there are, of course, strategies they try to work against this, but this is a real risk. And I think that AI won't run out of competence, but it will run out of surprise. And this is not just a theory from such a lab or so. This is what I really experience in my own work as well. So this is me at 7 years old. I didn't find a photo of me when I was 9, but when I was 9, I started programming, and that's 41 years ago. So programming or software development is not something I do, is actually a big part of my identity. And there was one feeling I was chasing all the time over all these years, and that is a hard but solvable problem, and you get into your room and work on it on a couple of hours, and you are able to achieve it actually. You just build piece by piece, and you create something maybe beautiful, elegant. So I think it's really a craft. And you know, of course, what feeling I'm talking about. That feeling has a name, and it's called flow. And this is the reason I call the framework flow. And this is, by the way, my daughter, 16 years ago. And what she's wearing is donated by Andreas. Where are you? There. The Flow 3 Small Business Edition. So, but that is really the feeling I was aiming for. And this is what is part of my identity. This is what my work quality, my life quality actually is while working, when I can into that flow state. And my start of this year looked completely different. And I get that, I think that a lot of you can relate to that. So my average day in 2026 was, I describe what I want, I wait a few minutes, I confirm, I deny, and because I have to wait, I start a parallel task, a second project. So, you know, I press yes and no, and yes, you can execute that Python, whatever you want to do there. I have no idea. Yes, of course. And even there, I have to wait, so I start feeding further agents with research tasks and tell agents to run more agents, and I move pretty fast. That it was, you know, it's like with superpowers. Immediately you think like, wow, how fast all this goes. And the problem though is that while Claude is doing all the tasks I did previously, only the hard work is left for me. Only the tough decisions, the architecture, I really have to be laser focused on what that AI is doing so it doesn't mess up my whole application. And this takes a lot of energy. And I was really missing these easy steps, like going into a class and cleaning it up and just, moving functions from there to there because it looks more elegant. But I realized that this is necessary to get a feeling for the code, for the architecture, to get new ideas. And this was completely shut off. And in March, I really felt like I don't want to be in that domain anymore, in that business anymore. If this is the future, this is not what I want to do. So, and another thing which happened is that because it never stopped, I also didn't take any breaks anymore. So I was sitting there for 3 hours later and didn't take a breath. And it took a really big willpower to break that cycle and to take breaks again and to not use AI for everything, like architecture questions and whatnot, or which feature should I develop, etc. But I really did that. And then I sat down with pencil and paper and wrote down ideas for structures and features and so on. And you know that for years I was also the big skeptic here about AI. And you can go back and watch or ask Roland or anything. And but this year something really changed for me, and that's not because of something we call or people call vibe coding. So describing a vibe and shipping whatever comes out. That's not what I mean. I think that the tools now, within the last few months, got so good and have a big enough context and are reliable enough to be used as a professional, that this really made a difference for me. And I realized this won't go away. This is now my new working environment. And today I think using AI is not careless. So you still read every line, you still test, you still own the result. This is important. You sign with your name when you push something. And this is engineering. So this is engineering with responsibility, not magic, not vibes. You just use a more powerful tool than previously. You already had an IDE which could do refactoring for you. Now you have an AI which emits a lot of CO2. This as a side note. So if I'm now in favor of AI, still I need to tell you, of course, still the impact AI has on the environment, communication, democracy, our youth, humanity in general is really problematic. And we need to keep an eye on that. And this is really tough for me, you can believe me. But we can't stop that wave. We can only make sure to choose the right direction while we serve it and try to be conscious about what we're doing there. And I'll make some suggestions about that later on. So when building gets cheap, when you have these tools and can generate a lot of code for very few money, the thing that stays rare is knowing what's worth building. And what it's about is its coherence, its judgment, and an architecture which still makes sense in 5 years. This is nothing that the AI will decide for you. And AI does not come up with creative new solutions, as I've already shown. It will go into the average. It wouldn't create an event source content repository. And we have some really good experts here who know how to do all this, and I see a lot of them sitting there. So this is not just true for us developers. it's true for the whole world we work in. And the world of content, the world of websites, the world of content management. So let me zoom out a bit. You have to know that I don't tell these guys on beforehand that they will be shown in the keynote. So for about 30 years, we built websites for one audience, humans. People with eyes, reading a screen, clicking a link. And that assumption is quietly breaking now. So the web has a new audience, and these are machines, of course. So those AI agents, they do visit websites, they read them, they transform them, they display it somewhere completely different at a completely different place. And agents are not behaving like a human visitor. They don't click, they don't scroll, they read the raw markup. They try to make sense out of it. So if they read a price, for example, they think like, is that 1,000 delimiter, that dot there? Or is it is it 10,000 euro? Or is it 10 euro with 3 decimals after the comma? They don't know, they will guess. So it's a bit like reading a menu in a language you don't speak. That idea here is not from me, but still, I like it. So you point at something and you hope, and sometimes you get dinner, and sometimes you get a surprise. But there are a few bad things which can happen now when the AI visits your website. So one thing is the AI, the agent quotes you, but gets it wrong, right? You don't have much control over that. Or the agent can't read you at all, so you simply don't exist in the answer. And this happens more and more because previously, of course, you had a list of results, and now you only have picked one answer. And it's very hard to be in there. Or, much more confusing, a competitor with a cleaner and clearer sites becomes mentioned with your answer. So there's a whole idea about it called machine experience, MX. I recently met Tom Cranston in Frankfurt, and he's been pushing the idea hard and also made a website and a community effort about it, how you can develop your markup, for example, so that it's readable by machines. I think he's completely right, but now that I'm so old, this sounds like completely old principles we have for so many years. So start with content, not with design. Structure first, content modeling, machine meaning first, and the pretty layout comes later. So I don't know why that happened, but it seems like most companies are designing for screens and completely ignore the content modeling, information architecture part. And the knowledge is there. We have to use it. So, but machines are not only visiting your website, they are also starting to edit your websites. And think about that for a second. So, Neos actually has a new user in the editor role, and that has consequences. So I'll come back to that in a moment, but while we talk all about machines, I love that irony that still the number one reason why big companies are replacing their CMS because their editors hate it. That's still, I mean, whatever we talk about machine experience, this is still the human touch. So if you line that all up, what I just mentioned, and there's of course much more, machines as a new audience, and structured content becomes mission critical, and so on. So there are so many requirements there that CMS vendors get a bit nervous. And maybe we should be nervous. Or should we? Because when I saw this whole list, something clicked for me. And that is, we already built most of that. So we have separation of content and presentation. We have structured semantic content. We have content dimensions for languages, channels, everything built in if you use Neos right. And we have a visual editing which still can have structured content. So this is the foundation a machine-readable web actually needs, and we all have that. So we have Neos 9, we have the event-sourced content repository. We spent years on it. Years, so many years. And plenty of people told us we were too slow or too careful or over-engineering the solution to a problem nobody had. But event sourcing, in plain words, it means that every change to your content is stored as an event. You can replay the history, you can undo. And this is actually for a demo, I created a little Neos backend module with a time machine where you can enter the time you want to go back to and then press activate time circuits, and it will actually replay the whole website to that point in time. And that works. It's a proof of concept, though. So you can see exactly who or what changed something and when. You have an audit trail, rollback, governance, precisely what you need the moment a machine starts editing your website, right? You want to know what these agents do on your website. And under whose authority, and can it roll back? And we can answer all these questions. So this isn't a coincidence. We've been there before. We had inline editing, DDD, event sourcing, content dimensions fusions. We kept doing things the industry wasn't doing, quietly, almost stubbornly. So I think we're allowed to trust that we can do that again. And of course, there's a flip side to this, because event sourcing keeps events forever. So imagine, I mean, that's great when you have 20 editors doing 50 changes a day. But now if you have 100 AI editors doing 50 changes a second, then there's a problem. But the foundation holds. What we need are some new features like snapshots, compaction, some ways to stay fast. So I think the base is really excellent. We just need to put some features on top. And last year, I gave a little demo here. Basti created a MCP server as a proof of concept. And it wasn't more than a proof of concept. So in order to let an agent really do work in Neos, there's still some work ahead. So who here in the audience or whose company has developed some kind of MCP server? 7, 8, oh, I would say 15. I would have guessed something like that. And I guess there are certainly more outside this room. And excuse me for that, but this is completely stupid. So we should join forces. So MCP, creating an MCP server is not a secret weapon you should keep for yourself. You know? Neos is not such a big community that we can have 15 versions of an MCP server. If you want to see Neos thrive, we need to pull all our knowledge together. And this is not just about MCP servers. There are some great examples where agencies already teamed up. We have initiatives like Flowpack, etc. And that's the model. That's something, let's do more about that, or more of that. We are a community in a niche market and shouldn't waste our energy on such duplicate work. So what makes your agency different has never been some secret Neos knowledge. And this is also not our spirit usually. We have so much information and exchange in our community. So what makes you special is your craft, your relation to your customers. And the platform itself should be shared and strong. So that's how a community like ours punches above its weight. So I think we built the right thing, but we're not done. And there are two gaps, two ideas I want to propose. Not completely new, I guess. But let's focus on the authoring experience, but based on a concept updated for 2026. So we need to really take this seriously because Neos is so well known for the editing experience. And there are some little stones you have in your shoes sometimes. Let's get rid of these and make Neos really your favorite editing tool, which you really want to use in order to write a draft and gather ideas and so on. We're not far from that. It takes some effort to do that, but I think it's important. And the second more important gap I see at the moment is automation, and that includes AI access, of course. So we currently don't have a real web API. We don't have an official MCP server, but I also think there's a better way than MCP, which we can use to allow agents to use Neos, and that is the command line interface. So imagine we have a Neos CLI tool, which you can install on your computer or on some server. And that CLI tool can remotely access your Neos website and do everything. Every button a user can possibly use, that CLI tool can do as well. And with that, we deliver some skills in a markdown file so agents perfectly know how to use that tool. So with that, we have one interface, but 3 usages. We have an agent which can use that, but also a human in the terminal can use that. And also a script in your pipeline can do a for loop. If you don't need AI for everything. You can just use scripting. So I think that would be a nice thing if we had such a Neos CLI tool. And, oh, someone got it. I think AI is not only putting pressure on us as an open source project. I feel that it's a burden and hard and so on. But I also think that it can be a gift for a volunteer project. Just think about React updates, or little new features in our React user interface. There are not a lot in our Neos team who actually are experts in React. And AI can actually help us a lot with that. Because if you have an existing structure and want to add something aside from that, that's perfectly doable nowadays. And also all these big upgrades, which nobody really wants to do, these unglamorous time-eating jobs. So I would say AI is kind of the contributor to our project we never were able to find. It's not supposed to take away the exciting things we want to work on, but it's, for the work which is piling up, the work that honestly wouldn't be done otherwise. And I know that some in our community are very skeptical about AI, some others are all in, and many aspects are, of course, unclear, but I think we can't wait until the dust has settled. We need to deal with that now. And I know that we as an open source project are very aware of vendor lock-in, and that is also a big argument when we sell Neos. And yeah, to be fair, there are only a few US-based companies who provide AI which is capable enough to do coding. So the principle I'm trying to follow is that whatever I let the AI do should still be able to do by hand if needed. so some manual override. I still need to know what happens there. I will create documentation so that if everything fails, I still can do it slower, of course, but possible. And this is something we can also make or use when we develop Neos. This is why I propose that CLI tool, because that is something you still can use if the AI can't. It's still useful. Right. So before you head off into the next 2 days, one reminder. So you're not a customer here. You never were. By being in this room and by using Neos, by talking to each other in the hallway here, you're already part of this, right? And I want to take this point here to point out that there are some who are even more part of this because they built what we are now using. And there has been a lot of uncertainty, and they kept going anyway. So if you gave the Neos project your time and your energy this past year, maybe only a few hours or maybe some weeks in a row, then please stand up now. And let us look who actually made Neos thrive during the last couple of months. Come on. Thank you so much. So thanks to every one of you, really. So before we head off to the next 2 days, there are 3 things I want you to take with you. And the one thing is, we've been ahead in the past, and I think the foundation enables us to be ahead again. So I think that the deep know-how we have in our community, in this room, and about architecture, content modeling, the discipline to ship something safe, stable, and reliably upgradable for years, that doesn't go away in the AI era. So if anything, that is the basis for AI to be really useful. And the second thing is, as I said, let AI take the work that's piling up, the tedious upgrades, the boring refactorings, the release reviews, like a pre-review until a human looks at it. So that's where AI can really pay off for us in the short term. And the third is, we are stronger together. There are already great initiatives, as I said, like agencies teaming up and so on. Let's do more of that. So your agency is not valuable because of some secret Neos trick, but because the way you provide your service to your clients. And I think that the platform should be shared. So get into Neos, talk to each other in the hallways, in the breaks, at the social events, try uncomfortable things, because this is really a safe thing to do in this community. And let's build the next chapter of this project together, and I can't wait to see what you make next. So have a fantastic conference. Thank you. Okay. Bist du in Hand?
Thank you so much, Robert. He's done it again. He came on stage and gave hope to the distraught masses, as he usually does. You can rate this talk, I think.
Oh, yeah, please do, and please do.
If you've
use the app.
downloaded the app. If you haven't downloaded the app, boo. We're going to hand off the stage to our next speaker in just one moment, but there's one more thing that I would like to talk about briefly.
Yeah, because we're here as a community together, and it's so special to be in this location and not remotely, but sit together, talk together, everyone. And what you can do here actually is you can meet everyone. You can meet the NEOS team members. And that's where you can exchange ideas and talk to everyone and also to the core team members. Core team members, would you please stand up quickly? Again, you just did.
Just so everybody can memorize their faces.
So you've seen them, now you know how they look, and please approach our core team members, have a talk to them, and also ask you as core team members to talk to the community as well, and find together and strike up a conversation with everyone. So we'd love to have that. And then
we would like to highlight 3 specific team members because they are, for one, the picture on the previous slide was a little bit outdated and they weren't on there. But we would specifically like to highlight Marika for all of the incredible work that she's done surrounding this conference. I'm sure if you had, yes, exactly. If you guys had any kind of touch point with the conference, something about your ticket, something about the shirt, something about a talk, something about anything, you probably ran it by her. And while there's so many moving parts and so many contributors to this conference, she was a big player this year and last year and all the time. But we would also like to point out, welcome, and make known that Paula and Sophia have joined the NEOS core team. They're as far as I know, the 2 most recent additions to the team. So you know all of the familiar faces, the people that you've seen around this conference for years. But they are also team members now, so you can bother them about stuff too. And what better way to keep the ball rolling about the core team even more than getting one of them on stage?
Yeah, please welcome. And please don't forget to send in your questions in the app during the talk so we can ask them later. Please welcome Sebastian Herzle.
Welcome to my talk about the NEOS 9 UX journey. I'm so happy that Robert talked about the editor experience because I have so many awesome things to show you. I'm so excited, and I had a problem. I had far too many slides because there were just too many good things. So that was my main work in the last days to make that handleable. I don't need to introduce myself anymore, so we can already skip that. Some weeks ago, Apple had their 50th anniversary, and most of the stuff is not so important, but there's this one quote that stuck in my head. It came up in a podcast I listened to, and it stuck in my head when I was in the forest walking with my dog, and it's as follows. You've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try and sell it. We're not selling our open source technology as a core team, for example, but you as an agency. But I think most open source projects have a difficulty with this quote, because often we are driven by technology. It's for us this little Lego set that we just got, and we want to build something with it and then show it off. But the other side might not really understand what we built there because it's just random blocks stuck together. And we want to have this, we want to show why we are fascinated by this technology, but it's actually not important to our customer at the end. They just want to have a useful tool and want to get their job done, and that should be our focus. And then if we have awesome technology for that, then it's fine to use that. But I think I will print this out and put it above my screen because I think it's just important for our work. So what I will talk about, what you wished for in 2025. There was outside this board with the many notes where you could write down what you wish for NEOS. The UX changes we did in Neos 9 and 8.4, the journey to Neos 9.1 and beyond, what we want to ship with Neos 9.2, my goals for Neos 9.3 and beyond, and how you can help, and some additional thoughts for the topic, and some time for questions. So, what did you wish for in 2025? Here, we had this, I just noticed that all my animations don't work. Okay. So this was the board from last year, and I highlighted all the ones where I think it has something to do with the user, and not the developers. So it's mostly about accessibility, search, drag and drop, inline editing, asset editing, validation, review, preview, workspaces, and dimensions. So I would say like 2/3 are about the user, and then there's some developer experience and some API stuff and AI and so on, of course. But it's mostly about that, which means it's somehow important if all of you made so many notes about that. That meant we also worked on that stuff. Neos was actually shipped before last year's NeosCon, but we still already shipped some stuff there. For example, you know that the user menu was always on the top right next to the publish dropdown. Removed it from there because it's like a secondary function. You only use it once to set up your language maybe, and then you use it maybe to log out. But that's it. You don't have anything to do with that menu. We don't really need it up there. We can use the space for something else. We can reduce the clutter. And moved it to the sidebar where we can also in the future add more functionality there, but it's a bit hidden, but that's okay. I know that some users are searching for it, but I think that's okay. Quickly go back to editing from modules. On every website, I would say, you can click on the logo and you can go to the homepage. This was always missing in Neos up until Neos 8.4 and Sun 9.0, and I hated it because I clicked this logo so many times and I didn't go anywhere. So a small few lines of code change made it possible that when in your backend module and you click on the logo, you go back to the content module or your starting module, and you can work there. You don't have to do the drop down and search and so on. Property scopes. Really cool feature that was also available already via plugins before Neos 9, but it's now a core feature. Imagine you have a YouTube ID, or you have some price, or you have a date that is not really translated through different dimensions. It's always the same value. It should stay the same value, and editors simply forgot to change the value. For example, if you have a website and you want to sell tickets on top of it, and you want to show how many tickets you already sold, and then you only update it in English, and German is a different number. That's a problem. For example, on Neos.io. Until you enable the property scopes, and then this number will automatically update whenever you edit it in English. So that's a really cool feature that should help. We will come back to that feature later. Publish dependencies. In Neos 8, you could publish something without a parent node. That leaves little orphans. Orphans are sad. Neos 9 doesn't allow that. Neos 9 asks you, hey, you also need some parents for that node. Please publish it or cancel what you're doing. You have to decide for one. New icons. What software, good software, can't ship without new icons? Every iOS release has new icons, so we also have new icons. It's often hard to find the right icon for your content element, whatever, but having more icons is still better. And remember, you can also use your custom icons since a while, but generating custom icons or having someone make custom icons does also work, doesn't always work. So it's always good to have more icons. Backend user filtering and sorting. I have customers with 200 users. It's hard to find out, should they actually all be administrators? Filter by administrator, find out, should they all be that, or when did they log in? Better filtering, better sorting, more features to find out if this user list is actually correct, and just the users there. Then something great. Semantics are important. Usually, the two or multi-column elements had a column called column 0, column 1, column 2. It's super semantical. Since with amazing new technology, we were able to now give them proper names, where you would define the content collection and define the column. You can say how it is called. You can also localize it. And the fun fact about that feature is that Dominique started that in 2016. It only took 9 years for that feature to be in the core. And such a long discussion. You wouldn't believe how much you can discuss about this feature. A nice community contribution, also the tree collapse button. If you have a big page tree and you lose lose where you are and you want to restart basically and again traverse through the tree, you have a little icon where you can just collapse it again. A new dimensions dropdown, which was actually also on the wish list. It's currently only working in 8.4. There's a little missing implementation in 9, which is which hides this display, but we will also solve that. It gives you a better view if the page you are on is already translated or if it's using a fallback and so on. I wouldn't say this is the final UX or how it should be yet, but it's an improvement. It's much better. It gives you a hint on what's going on, and we will further work on that and also bring it to NEOS 9. A resizable inspector. The sidebar, the left sidebar with the trees was already resizable for a long time. That worked, and now the right side inspector is also resizable. You can move it at this few pixels down there because the browser doesn't easily let you override the icon. You can move it down there if you have good eyes and a good cursor skill and make it bigger. In the future, we also want to store that size, but that's a bit difficult. If you're up to a challenge, you can also try to do that. So that was what we already shipped last year. How did we then come to NEOS 9.1? So what happened last year? In April, we had the NEOS sprint. We finished NEOS 9, we shipped it, and then we decided, OK, what's next? And it was clear, we discussed it, we want to focus on the user, on the editor. So we said we will invest most of the money we have available for a few projects that should really push that effort. In June, we had the NeosCon, and you asked for more UX. In July, we had a rough overview how much money we have available, so we granted the budget for those improved projects and also made what should be in there and so on. And then in October, we released NEOS 8.4, which already had some backported improvements of that, which you saw just now. In December 2025, we released NEOS 9.1 with the new inline editing experience and link editor, etc. And 1.5 months ago, we had a media sprint, which also will come up later again, because it also affects the user experience. What did we want to achieve with all of that? We want to stop distracting users. If they want to work on something, they shouldn't be like, we shouldn't want to wave to them from the user interface with something else and distract them from their work. We want to keep the focus on the context, what they're currently working on. If they work on the text, they should be able just to look at this text and have all the tools around it. When you have a workbench at home, you put the tools next to you, ideally, depending on your way of working. But that should be the proper way of working. You have the things, the tools you need close to you, and then you are much more efficient. Or you run around in your workspace to find everything, which I sometimes do. You want to prevent accidental mistakes. One click in the wrong spot shouldn't make you lose your progress. The learning curve should be reduced. I think we are fine with having a learning curve. I think that's OK if you have a professional tool where you will spend a lot of time working with it. It doesn't need to be super, 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 super simple. But we can still reduce the learning curve and have a great initial experience, and the advanced features can still take some time to get used to. Let users be productive, which is basically what the 4 bullets before say. Don't distract, let them focus, have the features at hand that you need. And what did we ship with NEOS 9.1 then? The new inline editing toolbar, that was so much work. First, we needed to upgrade CK Editor by about 30 versions. Which was painful, but it worked. And what we wanted to do there is, you know that this formatting toolbar was in the secondary toolbar at the top of NEOS, always. There was this one spot where you would find it, which has its advantage, but it was always travel. When you look at somebody working with NEOS, they always had to go up and down with the cursor, and here and there. And this is what I meant. You want your tools next to where you are working on. So we moved the toolbar there, and it's now a native CK Editor toolbar. And it's not a NEOS toolbar anymore, which means we're now really into the CK Editor ecosystem. We just style what they provide, and we have as little NEOS code as possible. That also allows us to use all their plugins. And when you read the CK Editor documentation or find a cool plugin, you can now probably use it Sometimes we're missing small things, but that's easy to fix. We already tried it with a few plugins. Also, upgrading the plugins from the old style to the new style is not hard. And at the end, you have less code. We really deleted a lot of code during that upgrade also. And a new inline table editor, which is actually not new. We always had it. It had this awesome Neos wrapper around it, which broke at least twice a year. It simply didn't work anymore. We had so many issues on GitHub with this table editor. And now this is gone because we just use the one that's provided. So it's also updating. We don't have to adjust anything. We don't have to override anything. It also has some additional features already that you can edit the table caption and stuff like that. It's so much better.
And if it breaks, it's their fault.
Yeah, exactly. Custom style selector. Because when we did the upgrade, I browsed through the CK editor documentation and looked, oh, this is nice, this I want to have. And this was also one of the things. And then I just needed to enable it. I didn't need to write any additional code, except to map what you want now in your project. You maybe use Tectivision CK styles or a custom plugin to allow the editor to make some custom styling in the inline text. And now we have this core feature that you can, in your node type formatting definition, say what kind of styles you want or CSS classes, and then this style editor will provide you the previews, and the editor can select them. So this is now in the core and should, I guess, cover most use cases. The context menu, we ran a bit out of space above the node, the selected node, because we now had the formatting there, and then this right toolbar, and we're still having some problems there, but something had to go. So we moved those more dangerous and secondary features to a dropdown, also now with labels, which should make it a bit more accessible. So hide, copy, etc. needs an additional click. But at the same time, we also got rid of some clicks because we added the duplicate feature, which was also a community request. So you don't have to copy-paste anymore. You can duplicate, get the same node. A lot of people do that. That should help and reduce some clicks. The positional-aware smart insert content button. When you move your cursor, it will now move the plus button or the insert button. Why? Because the creation dialog, until now, when you clicked plus, it didn't know what you want to do because we only had one button. So it always asked you, where do you want to add it? And many people pressed the wrong button or ignored the position and just clicked OK. Afterwards, they realized it was in the wrong position, so they had to move or cut and paste their content element. So this is not necessary anymore, because at least in the content, because when you press the plus button, and it will already know what you want to do. You can skip this first part, and I will also come to that later because I have this epic plan for the creation dialog. A new link editor, that was easy, right, Mark? So the idea was we simply integrate the Zeitgeist Archaeopteryx plugin into the Neos core. Sounds so easy. But at the end, the first integration, iterations, then we realized we don't need those features. We want them differently. And then we went through, I don't know, 5 layouts. So I think it's now mostly a complete rewrite of the whole thing. And it took many weeks. But I think the end result is so much better. It will also in the future be much more extendable. Already has some additional features, but the link editor in Neos 9.1 is really a big improvement to the old one. Drag and drop for content. See, I don't really have to say anything. You can drag and drop content. That was also on the wish list. It's there, it works. It's great. And here also, it was important for me that it tells you somehow what you're doing. So it tries to read what is the name of the spot you're moving it to and what actually you're doing. This is something we should also always focus on with features that we tell the user what's actually going on. The content breadcrumb. Thank you. We got some space because the secondary toolbar was now mostly empty. We first tried to remove it, but Neos didn't look like Neos anymore with this bar. That was really weird. I decided, no, this is not possible, because we also needed to move those buttons on the right to the primary toolbar, which also looked cluttered again. So we thought, what can we do with it? And one problem you might have noticed in Neos, when you have an element in a container, and the element has the same size of the container, you will never be able to click on the container, because the element is in front of it. And that's why we tried the breadcrumb, and it will allow you to click basically on the parent of the selected node. So this way you can traverse up into in the content tree. For me, it's helpful. I like it. I hope your editors too. The improved full screen mode. I don't know. Who uses the full screen mode? Yeah, that's what I thought. I also noticed just while developing, oh, we still have that. What can we do with it? Because it's not very useful. You cannot really write a blog post in the full screen mode. And now it should be possible because we added a breadcrumb, so you can traverse actually to the nodes. And we allowed you to open up the inspectors that you can even edit an image in the full screen mode or other properties. It's amazing. I really want to make this better because we have to decide either we remove it or we make it really cool. I would prefer to make it cool. There's more to do, but now it's better. The content recovery module. You deleted some content, you realized that was not a good idea, and you don't know where to get it back. And now we have this called trash bin feature, where probably you will find it again and can bring it back, even in the live workspace. Currently under certain conditions, but this will also be improved with 9.2, so you have some time to bring back your content again. New inline image editing capabilities. I say capabilities because it's not a core feature yet, but we added everything that you need. And I created a prototype where you can actually drag and drop images into the text. And that worked, but there are some difficulties with the media asset storage and creating URLs and responsive images and stuff. But Mark created a plugin, Package Factory CK Inline Images, which allows you to add an image inline and then choose from the media library. So there's not so much left to make this into a great core feature, but it takes some work. I would really like to have that. There's some examples you can work on. Yeah, would be awesome to get some help there. What June and NEOS 9.2 will bring? A lot of things, because NEOS 9.2 is not so far away. Preview mode indicators, that was also on the wish list. We have so many Slack questions where somebody says, I cannot edit content anymore. We even had one NEOS update that forced you into a preview mode. That was really mean. And now you have an indicator up there that tells you twice, you are actually in the preview mode. You cannot edit, but you might be able to click up there and go back to editing. That should make your life easier. Property scope indicators. Remember the feature from before? And remember the quote from the beginning by Steve Jobs? We added the technology, but we didn't tell the user. And now we're telling the user, at least with an icon down there, that this property is special. And when you click on those little arrows, you get some hint about what's going on. This is not final. I just wanted to have it. So, because I use it now a lot in all NEOS 9 projects, and it's really hard when you don't know that the property has some special functionality. Workspace drop-down position. Whenever you watch editors, you know they struggle with the publish drop-down, because they don't know how to change flip workspaces, change workspaces. And this is a problem because it leads to people not using workspaces. I have customers and they rarely use workspaces, then I tell them again, then they use it for some weeks and then they stop again, because it's really not so intuitive from the content module to go there and use it, but it's one of our greatest features. And so this is almost done. There's just a few tests failing now with the workspace module drop-down next to the publish drop-down. We also have to decide a bit how we do the labels. Then you have it next to the publish drop-down, and should make it easier to see where are you, and also motivate you to use the workspaces, the different ones. Was also on the list. Radical performance improvements for any workspace-related actions. That's still a problem up until NEOS 9.1, but NEOS 9.2 should fix that, because Mark came with his rocket and worked the last weeks. I don't know how many hours and days on those issues, and he says he fixed it. I'm really looking forward to that, to have a really fast backend, and that's one of the greatest usability features. I think when the system is fast and responsive, and you click on something and something happens, that's such a good user experience. And it will also then make the user be fine if some other things are not so good, at least if it's fast. Node variant selector. You saw the dimension dropdown for 8.4 before. Recently, I updated this existing plugin, Flowpack plugin we have for the same dropdown, but for content elements, to have this new styling and also work with NEOS 9. And here, in addition to the background and the style, I also added some hints about what's going on. I think Occupied and Shine Through are not super great yet as a label for the editor, but this is a work in progress, and I don't want this in the core, but I want your help to find the version that can go into the core and be the great solution for editors that they understand. Here, I see that my content is translated or not, how it works, and I can also switch to my other content version via this menu. So I would love to have somebody who knows about UX to help there. Batch editing for assets, yay, that was also on the list. And I wanted to release it this last weekend, but the last minute bug that takes more than a minute to fix kept me from it, but there's a release candidate. Some nice contributors implemented that at the Media Sprint in Switzerland 6 weeks ago. It's a really cool feature. You can select multiple assets, you can change the copyright for all of them, you can tag them, delete them, whatever. And soon you will also be able to do more with that. And I hope to release it next week. We'll see. My goals. This sentence I edited multiple times. I decided for my UX goals for 9.3 and beyond, because I will need your help, or we need your help. Let's look again at the wish list. We checked some stuff. We got some stuff done, like 7 check marks, I think. And then there are some hammers, which is something I know that somebody's working on, or there are some, and for some there are also community solutions already. But I would wish that we get twice as much done, like 2/3 should be done. That would be my hope for Neos 9.3. That would be really cool. One of those things, not on this board, but I think in general we have a problem with secondary inspectors. When you choose an image from the media library, you have the problem that you can at the same time also publish and do other things. You can also go to different pages. That doesn't make so much sense because you're about to select an image, or you can edit an image or edit metadata. So during the media sprint in Switzerland, we realized we had several drafts of this editor for custom asset metadata, which is also a community wish for, since many years. And we now have a working prototype and everything is set up. But the editing is still a bit of a problem, how we integrate that into the user interface. So the first versions were really bad, and I was sad. But then somebody provided some mocks how a secondary inspector could work. I'm not sure how well it is to see on this with the screen, but it's basically an overlay over the Neos content module. So, and I like what we do there, because it could also work for other editors. You still know where you are. You are in the Neos content module, but it doesn't allow you to do anything else. You should focus on the image. I also don't say this is now the final view how it will look, because I think there's too much space for the image and there should be more space for the editing. But you have one job here, you can edit your stuff, you can select your stuff, and then you can decide to cancel or apply or discard or whatever. And then you're done with that job and it's over. And we shouldn't, I think this is much better than using this center area where we then show the different inspector. I really would like to go into this direction and work more on that concept. The smart note creation pop-up, which we basically stole from WordPress, while we did the new inline editing, but they also stole it probably from somewhere else. Doesn't mean it's open source. Because I don't want the creation dialog. I don't like it. I think it has its usages, especially when you work with validators, but most of the time I added it and then I removed it again from the node types, because it's just we say we have what you see is what you get, but the creation dialog is not what you see is what you get, because we present a form. That's not how we want to have content. It should only be used when you really need some information from the user to make decisions. For example, when you work with Flowpack node templates, based on the decisions the user makes in the creation dialog, you can, for example, create content already for them or preset some fields. That's a good use case, but not for a simple text element. So we already got rid of the position question for the creation dialog before. And now with this pop-up, we can also get rid of the decision of what you want to create, because I think with an algorithm or something, we can show the most probable node types we can use in that spot, because there shouldn't be too many to choose from on the first hand. And then you click on the plus, Neos knows where you want to add it. Then Neos can show you what you might want to add there, and then you click on the node type, and then you're done. And the node creation dialog doesn't even open. It doesn't distract you. You can immediately, the focus should be on the first editable, for example, and then you can immediately start working on this new node. That's something I want to, Mark and me have lots of plans for that. Somebody has to start working on it. I want to have that. What's on my to-do list? Also something from the wish list, a core backend module component library. Everybody builds their own backend modules with custom styling, with custom issues and custom bugs. If we provide a proper library also for our own modules like the workspace UI and soon the configuration module and so on, then we can provide a better user experience, accessibility improvements, because if we improve something in the core, it will affect all modules, and we will try not to break them. And the developer experience is also better because you can just choose from our library, put together your module, and then that's much better. Improvements I would prioritize. Better validation in inspect and creation dialog. I don't like validation because it's like I put my bike somewhere and then some old person comes and says, you cannot put your bike there. But I want them to be a friendly policeman or something, or police person that should help you. Oh, just put it there, it's okay, it's no problem. Because validation is necessary for some things. But in many cases, I think you can instead of forcing the user to add the proper value, even if they don't know yet what their value should be, because they actually wanted to add an image, but now they're forced to think about a monetary value or something like that. We don't want to complain to the user. We should lead them to the correct solution. As little as possible validation, and then make it in a nice way and help them and give a proper feedback what they should do there, so it's easy to solve for them. Better review diffs. I think everybody wants that, to when you publish content, that you easily see what's actually the change that will result. That can be a preview, that can be a side-by-side view, that can be not necessarily a Git-style view, because that's often confusing, but a really good view on what's going on. Better document and content search, that when you look for content, you want to go to a certain page, because sometimes also it's hard to understand that the URL, how a URL, for example, like somebody tells you this URL is broken, and then you have to find it in the backend. But with a bigger page, that can also be quite difficult. There are some plugins who can do a bit of that. There are some, I know that people implemented, there are custom solutions for that, but I think that should be in the core, that we have a good unified search box that allows you to go anywhere you want. Improved expired session handling in the UI. I work a lot on Neos.io. The session expires after 1 hour, and we have a basic authentication. It doesn't work. Every time my backend is broken after 1 hour of not using it. And my personal goal is also to fix that, because I want to be able to come back to the Neos backend and have a friendly, warm welcome, and not blinking error messages. So that's something we have to fix. I'm sure other people also want to have that fixed. Make customers and agencies want to update. We want to deliver the best user experience so far, because they will still edit content. Even if it's a machine that prepared the content, somebody will still look over it, check if it's correct, has to publish it, has to verify it, has to adjust it. Make people proud to show Neos capabilities. I'm proud to show Neos capabilities. I like showing it to people because it's great, it's fun, I love this work. Simplify updates, that speaks for itself. Peak performance in backend and frontend. I don't want to wait for something that, in my view, should be fast, even if I understand that technically it needs some time. And have a great dev experience, of course. How you can become part of this journey. Yes, you can. Buy long-term supporter badges, more money, less problems. Feature funding and development support. This is actually something I would like to have, because for me and the others, it's easier to implement a feature when we have somebody who is also interested in the outcome, who gives feedback, who provides testing, who has customers who might be interested in testing it. That's always the best, because then we can get real user feedback, because if you build it yourself and then you click around in it, that's not such a good result, I would say, at the end. contributions, concept, design, code, no matter. I'm always happy it's just somebody comes to the UX channel in Slack and says, hey, this is nice, gives a little heart, or gives feedback. Can be anything. Tell us about your users' difficulties. I often ask the agencies, please send me a list with your users' problems. I'm interested in that. But there isn't so much to get there. I know that they know about their users' problems, and users have problems with communicating their problems to describe them, and then also deciding what is the source of the problem, not what is the problem in that moment, like an error screen, but where does it come from? What did they actually want to do? Tell us about your vision. What should Neos 10, 11, 12, 13 be? I want to stand again up here and talk to you about Neos 13. That's something I would really like to do. Some additional thoughts. Use the features you build for real. When you create a content element, please also use it. Go to the Neos website, add it a few times, fill in with actual data what's in there, and see, is it fun or not? Other interfaces are also not perfect. When I did this inline editing change, I was so frustrated sometimes and thought, we're so bad at what we're doing. The others are so much better. Then I registered for several other content management systems. I clicked around, I tried their editing, and I realized, no, they didn't solve that. They have workarounds, they hide some stuff, they also have lots of bugs, and they're also not perfect. They have other good ideas, we took some of them, and then we added our own good ideas, and we came up with something that works really good. It's not perfect, and that's okay. Agentic coding. Of course, I needed one AI slide. I thought about this in the last months, because for me, it's also in the last months, it's a big change where I really am able now to productively use it, and I feel it's enriching my work instead of, I feel my results are now better by using it. And this just started some weeks ago or a few months ago. And one thing was that there were some tasks which are time-consuming and annoying. I didn't want to do them. And they were not requiring my brain or my knowledge. They were just tedious. So I let Claude do them, and I focused this time that I won, this 4 hours or 5 hours of work I would have usually put in there. I used that to create a better user experience, to think about how I can use this data that Claude had to transform, for example, and deliver it to the customer in a way that they barely have any work with it. Fix bugs on the way, do data mapping in a way that solves all the little problems they had in the previous system and stuff like that. And use the stuff we built and to see if there are any problems. And the final result was much better this way. And I gained several hours of time. I could focus on other things. And for example, if you have a task and you say 4 hours with AI, use 2 hours for improving what you're actually delivering, and then give the 2 hours of save time to your customer that they see, oh, now it's much cheaper to get new features. Please, one applause for all the contributors. It was a lot of people who helped with all of these features. And all the supporters who organized sprints, who gave funding and so on. Without that, it wouldn't be possible. It were funded projects, some were contributions and so on. All of that wouldn't work without your help. Thank you. Talk to me in the next days about all this stuff, or to the other core team members, or join us on Slack. Talk to us. And now I'm ready for some questions if you have them.
Wow.
A sign of a great talk is no questions, but some remarks. Someone gave a suggestion that maybe regarding the improved full screen mode, a pop-up like sidebar of the inspector could be cool, that you can minimize so it's like full screen, but also a little bit more editable, which I thought was a cute idea. And then, this is lovely, I love this questions feature. Someone says, anonymously, if you want things not to be anonymous, just throw your name in there. Someone says, I have no question, but want to give you a hug and thank you for all the hard work that you do to make Neos better.
Aww.
And I think we all agree.
For the first remark regarding the inspector, I actually had a slide for that with this little inspector
Of course you
inside
did.
the content.
Nobody here is surprised.
But it was not done yet, and I had to cut some stuff. But there is a slide for that.
Great. Thank you so much, Seb.
Yep. Thank you.
Noel.
Yeah, this app feature is really cool. It feels a little bit less like we're yelling into the void and more like there's people that have input. Somebody said hi to my dog, which I love. Somebody quoted Taylor Swift at me, which I also love. There was some lorem ipsums, there was tests done. And talking about tests of the app, I think we might have just discovered a little bug.
Yeah, what I like a lot about Sebastian's talk now is that he is taking care of so many little UX details. And one detail we kept stumbling across is every year, like either of us was reminding the other one to tell you to rate this talk. Now we found a little improvement, we put it in the speaker notes. So please rate the talk. And speaking of, I realized, so this is my Android phone. You can, by just pressing here, you might see it,
Click
find
the void.
those little icons, but it could be, at least me, I cannot rate this talk on my Android phone. So in case you want to rate this talk and cannot because you have an Android phone, and I don't know if it's on anyone, just send your rating here by asking a question, please. And then we
We'll figure it
somehow
out.
will be integrating it.
All right, so rate the talk. You will be hearing us say that a lot. And now we were letting you off for a little coffee break. And we will meet here. And we are officially opening the studio stage upstairs with the first talk over there. We'll have some more core team members and visitors, so you can choose. And we'll see you here later. Thank you.
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name.
Hello, hello, hello. Did you have a nice little break? Did you have a coffee? Did you stand in line for a really long time for a coffee? Or did you discover the coffee machine upstairs that nobody knows about? Because I didn't wait for coffee, I just got one. So tip for the next tightly packed coffee break, there's very accessible coffee in front of the studio stage upstairs. I think our two next speakers are still being hooked up, so this is us clowning around to stretch some time. Damn it, you messed me up. I had a thing that I wanted to say and now it's gone. But they're already coming. We will be hearing a talk from two absolute juggernauts of the NEOS community. There's absolutely no point in introducing them at all, because you definitely know them. You've definitely been in their talks, and if you haven't, you're very new here. And I think they're both ready. So give a kind and warm welcome to Bernhard and Marc-Henri.
Hallo?
Please, nicht so weit rüber.
You may stand here,
Achso.
this area. And
There's a sign. Please remember to submit your questions so that we can tie up all loose ends when they are done telling us
Wir haben keinen Klicker.
about all of the smart things. Yes, you'll get a clicker in 1 second.
you need one?
Thank you.
Bring Control.
Wie sollen wir jetzt klicken? Okay, hello everyone. Nice that you're here together with us. Or how would you say it? Hello, fellow.
Hello, fellow Neosians, and welcome to something a little bit different this year. This will all be about a project that has been running for the last several years, and but mostly in the shadows of the larger ones like the NEOS Event Source Content Repository and NEOS 9. It's now reached a level of maturity where we would like to share it with you all, CPX and the component engine.
Yes, in the shadows, that's the right point. And it's about rendering. Let me say as much to you right now already. And rendering is something we hold very dear in NEOS. There's so much effort in the past years, and since the creation of NEOS, there was Fusion, AFX, and Fluid. There was always a strong interest to make rendering something special and something really precise. And yes, now let's look into what we are.
So who are we? We are a package factory that's basically just another subset of the NEOS community, maybe comparable to Flowpack, but a little bit more with an experimental touch. So there's Martin, over there actually. He's a colleague of mine at Zeitgeist. You probably know him and a lot of his contributions to Package Factory. And for CPX, he's a really valuable a sparring partner for our ideas with lots and lots of insights and experience with doing stuff in Fusion. Then with me on stage is Marc-Henri. He's self-employed, and you know the joke about how web developers write a blog, right? So first they start creating new blog software, and then they don't write a blog posting. Marc-Henri, on the other side, chose NEOS for his blog, then rewrote the Fusion parser, joined our efforts with the Event Source Content Repository, then 6UX, the new rendering engine, and then didn't write a blog posting.
Yeah, that's true. That's unfortunate. But let me tell you something way more exhilarating about Wilhelm. Wilhelm didn't even write a blog post, but he did write this new CPX we're about to tell you. And it came to that we need a parser. And the first parser was written by hand. And then there were new requirements, so we need a second parser. Eventually, it got so tedious to write custom parsers for the project because it was the third or fifth manual parser that Wilhelm actually built a LR1 parser library from scratch. I saw the box on his nightstand. This is nice. Try that. And more importantly, you here also with me on stage. You're Bernhard, at Zeitgeist, and
you have also this little side project, I'd say, for the Star Trek, your fan club, the Starship. It has grown to be more of a little side project and now spans from 40 to 50 distribution packages, runs on the latest tech, ESCR, and CPX.
So why are we doing anything of this? Isn't everything fine in the Neos rendering stack? So we prepared our own little version of the Neos demo, slightly improved, of course. And you can already do lots of stuff, right? There are lots of features. You probably know this page. That's the Neos demo page. And for example, you can edit text, right? Just simple text. Everything's fine here. Nothing special, right?
I think, Bernhard, I think the text below, something's missing there?
Do you think so? I guess, that's just text. That's not so important, right?
But
let's have a look at the blog instead. Do you know this?
Does anyone have ever felt like this? Missing content? No one? No, you all have.
So let's have a look at the blog instead, right? What could possibly go wrong with the blog?
Oh, wow. Bernhard, I think we misconfigured the server. Maybe the PHP version is out of date. I don't know what happened here. Something really wrong.
Let's have a short look in the exception log. It says someone tried to put multiple things where only one thing was expected. That's just a rendering issue.
But wait, isn't it totally... why are we doing any of this? These kind of errors, they seem totally avoidable by design if we were just to use static analysis. I heard there will be a talk next day, writing strongly typed PHP by Andre, and it will explain us how we don't need unit tests all the time, but we can just, with static analysis, eliminate a lot of bugs, including those we saw.
So somehow, in the presentation layer, right, when we render stuff, then all this safety ends, right? We just want to write text, and then some more text, and then insert some text, and we don't care about types at all, and then something like that happens?
Which is quite ironic. Everything else we built, like an importer, an MPE endpoint, controllers, all the kinds where the backend brains have to put all the effort in. This is beautiful type software, and just when it comes to outputting, the block import works, but it doesn't show anything.
I guess we just always did it this way.
How would it be if we use PHP for that? Everything.
You might have a point there. I mean, PHP made lots of progress when it comes to types. We now have enums, read-only classes, and so on. And we already store typed information. For example, if you edit your blog post, you might have an image. That's an image, obviously, and not text. Or a post address, which is a bit more structured than text. We could use that for rendering. So let's do everything in PHP. Let's render in PHP. That is what it was designed for in the first place, right?
Let's try. OK, something really simple. Let's try to follow us here. I show you a button, and this is the necessary markup for it. Now, this is not really fun. Let's interpolate this string and change the text and also the button type as well as the class later. How would you do it, Bernhard?
How about this? So we have a component called button. It has two props, and it has a render method. It can render itself, right? That's really nice. And you can't do anything wrong. For example, the variant for the button, which is used as the button's type, you can't put anything weird there because you're restricted to that enum, right? That's a fixed set of values that are available. And yeah, you have a perfectly fine button.
And how would you use that?
That's rather easy. We don't have to boot any templating engine. We just create the button, select one of the variants, put some content in there, press render, and we're done.
Wow, this actually looks so precise. Look at this. It's just a new instance with all the arguments and the render function we will invoke later. No extra write. And it's just as easy as that. I think we should agree that we like that. But if we go back to the previous slide, I'm not sure that the rendering of the button should be written like that.
What's wrong about that?
Can we get like some hands here? Who would like to write this manually? No one? You, Bernhard?
I'd most certainly do it.
Okay, but
Been
you're
there,
the
done that.
exception. If you look at this more closely, we can already see a lot of obvious flaws. First, it's overly verbose. Try to maintain a code base with 1,000 components like that. Then, everything has to be done manually. The button tag has to be closed manually. Escaping has to be done manually. The content string is just interpolated there without any escaping currently. That's a flaw. Also, if we look at the next slide, the CSS interpolation becomes quite really fun. Not fun. At first, it's simple. We just interpolate a class, and we have the content prop. Then we try to toggle something with a flag, and then we try to toggle two class names with two flags, and later we also want to switch maybe an attribute flag. This is not it's not straightforward at all, and it hasn't even incorporated attribute escaping. So, yes, I think we can conclude that we don't want to write components like this in HTML.
Okay.
But yes, let's try it with integration. But how would we do that? And this brings us to what this talk is about. CPX. It is a new language. A new language which is defined in CPX files or modules, we call it. And it's heavily influenced by React and JSX, ESM modules, and last but not least, HTML itself, because if we just render HTML here. The whole shape is now quite close to the button we saw earlier, except it's even more reduced here in the first case. We have a content as string prop. All props are typed and a first level concern to the language. And in the render statement, we define the markup and tell how we use the props and render them out. So to get it up with the PHP example, we would also need to add a button variant. And to do that, we need an enum. And this enum will be also expressed in CPX, if you like to use an enum. So it has to be an CPX module, and we write it like here. It will be also first parsed, analyzed, and transpiled to PHP, like an equivalent PHP enum. And now we can upgrade our simple button to be as equally complex as the PHP case with all the variant now added. We added also a content as slot and not just string, so we can add inline editable components in there, or maybe an icon component if that makes sense to you. And in the render statement, we declare how we want to use that variant and match on it. This is quite precise syntax, and it handles everything we like. Also, HTML escaping, that we come later back to. So that PHP will be usable. The transpiled PHP of the CPX will be usable as such we have seen earlier. Just a slight change that we have the button create static function instead of a new. But this is just great, right?
I like it.
This is exactly what we wanted to achieve. And if we now look at the previous problem with the CSS classes, I want to show you how we figured that out as well. Does anyone know React class names, the package, to concatenate class names? I bet. Yes. And a feature like this is incorporated into our language, and it's called CX. You can use that to exactly, precisely toggle your class names, and also for data attribute handling, we have the simple Boolean show or show not feature. So everything should be right where you need it. But the button itself is quite too simple yet. How about we leverage new features of CPX that were never there before, and that is composition as first-level citizen. If we take a look here, we import not only the button, but two other components. I will not go into detail here, but we know the button from the previous ones, and we use the card. We define a card, which is a new component module, which is also analyzed, first passed, analyzed, and transpiled to PHP. And we define all its props as those types which are of the component. In the rendering, we don't have to do anything like to call render individually on these instances, but we can just interpolate them here, and they will be nicely rendered. Do note that these are actual types still at runtime when we pass them to the constructor. So this is where the type safety comes from. In Fusion, if we try to write an equivalent, we would feel ourselves in a place of just having strings around, because they will be rendered at that point. Here we have instances. And it will be really fun to integrate that. Look at here. We first start creating the card. We use our IDE support to see which props come next. Source, alt, title, string. Well, that is easy. All of type string, I can just fill them out. I can also be ensured that I don't forget any props, I don't fantasize about new props, or I don't add values to props which type doesn't match. For the text element, it's also quite simple, nothing too crazy. And if we add the final button, we can also see that the button can be quite quickly imported, and the type also, as well as the content we like to have. Our card is ready to be deployed. Look at that. Also, if we now were to change any of these button components in CPX and rerun our linting, we will quickly find ourselves with some red lights blinking up here and there because something changed. And that is exactly where we want to be, in a place where we can monitor easily these changes and its effect on the integration. The transpilation would look approximately like this. We have our card with a public constructor with all the props, and do note again, these are actual instances for the type safety, and the render method, where we do return the final HTML and recursively invoke all nested component render functions. More on that note, you don't need to actually understand this whole slide, the whole code, but you will see that there's not a single runtime dependency except for our component engine itself, which is just a zero dependency composer library, and thus this component is completely framework independent and can be used everywhere within PHP. That's nice. So you have seen now bits of the CPX syntax and how composition works. Now let's talk about our design goal of why and what language we were trying to create. We defined it as that CPX ought to be an uncomplicated, type-safe language for writing immutable and side effect-free presentational components which render intact, safe HTML. Well, these are a lot of hairy words. Let's go into the ease of these individual and talk what we mean by them. First, uncomplicated. We believe, quoting the Zen of Python, that explicit is better than implicit, and there should be only one and one obvious way to do something. Also, we believe that the syntax will be easy for front-end devs to learn due to its close nature to previous front-end languages like JavaScript, JSX, and React. Next up is the type safety. And we can say, you have seen that CPX has its own type system. That goes as far as that everything you write within a CPX class will only be transpiled to PHP if it is in itself already coherent and correct. Otherwise, the transpilation will fail. This is really important to get. This is not it's an optional feature, our strict type safety. It's an implementation of the whole transpilation. There are no uncovered code paths. We will not expect any runtime exceptions, because every time we transpile the code to PHP, we first ensure that the types can only be of these kinds. Then we do the little matching, and then we have the final PHP. Every code path here in the generated PHP is allowed to be run and works. That is the promise of CPX. And while CPX itself, in all the CPX files, in the whole CPX ecosystem, is type safe, it would not work if it were not obvious to the outside, to PHP. And we do that by translating all CPX types to PHP equivalents. And that works quite well for components and for primitive types. Though coming to lists, like type collections, where we don't have generics in PHP, this starts to struggle a little, but not too much, because we have PHP Stan to our safe. Yeah. It will, the CPX translation will ensure that everything is obviously ensured by PHP runtime and for the EDA support, but also that the PHP Stan can use its narrowing to further narrow the types, ensure everything is used correctly. And matching these parts together, we can have everything in its entirety type safe.
But are we entirely type safe? No, there's one small village in Neos which holds out against the type safety invasion, which is node-get-property, which returns something. And we'll talk about that later tomorrow.
Yes. Next up is just a little bit about our immutability and side effect freeness. First, we are fully predictable and self-rendering presentation model. You have seen that. If you look at a CPX file, it will be rendered as such. There are no surprises, nothing will be overwritten from somewhere magic, and there will be no side effects from within the code. If you read the code, you can be sure that you have understood it just by reading that single file. That comes with the impenetrable separation from integration. It gets as strong as that you cannot fire a single SQL query from your components, and that is really good. We don't want that. There is not a single way of doing that. And that is exactly what we want, a full separation. It also ensures that your whole component architecture grows better together and gets into the space where you wanted architecture. Also, last but not least, our whole component tree and with the props allows for efficient caching, as there's nothing, not that dark magic expected during the render functions, so we can just cache the whole component tree with all its props and later invoke render. That is really important for some nice features and saves us from all the bugs Fusion Cache has with JSON encoding. Last but not least, we have with CPX always intact and safe HTML. There are no broken HTML tags because it's passed, and we escape user input by default, though you can choose to opt out. Let me demonstrate that. Here we have a funny username. Does that sound familiar? Look that familiar to you? And when we create a button, we are safe and sound. And without any of our doing, it will be escaped as we require it to be. So, in conclusion, we can say that our gains with CPX are the following. The type safety we have been missing so long as promised for our PHP ecosystem, and within Neos, actual reusability. Our components are not anymore bound to the front-end rendering. If we find ourselves in a place where we want to build a controller for the React application which pre-renders the search results, or some other part, like a backend module where we do want this image component for some reason, or like all of our components, we can just do that without booting up another Fusion, Fluid, whatever. It's just as simple as creating the instance and rendering it and composing it together like you wanted to. But the usability goes further than that, because we are just platform independent from the transpiled PHP. We can use it not within our Neos project only, but within all PHP projects. That comes also to your save if you want to use Flow, or maybe you want to use Symfony, or anything. It's just PHP at that point with one dependency, the component engine, which has no dependencies. Now, that is platform and dependency within PHP. But CPX has a big ambition. Think about the file format we have. It's so simple to understand in comparison to what we have now. It is simple to parse and analyze for anyone who had tried to figure out how to transpile Fusion to Java or C#. I heard there were some people around that. Try that with CPX. You will do it 5 times the time. And that would allow us in the future possibly to use React as target, to use Rust if you're crazy, or anything. So last but not least, the front-end developers are also familiar with the syntax, and now I will think that it's time for something else. Do you think it will be faster or slower than Fusion?
So one thing that also led to further developments beyond Fusion was the fact that Fusion isn't overdoing it with speed, right? So there was, for example, the Ökokiste project by Sandstorm that I remember. They used PHP-based rendering because Fusion just took too long. And that's also something we want to avoid. Because we win something with the type safety and so on, we don't want to lose any more performance. So let's check this. I did a little bit of a test setup with the Neos demo distribution, and just have one side does the Fusion rendering, and the other side does the CPX rendering, and let's see what happens. I mean, you always have to wait a bit of time, because there also always goes a request to the backend server, then there's an actual database operation, because there's a node being created, and then it's rendered. So on the other side, we have CPX, and I guess it feels a bit faster, but is it actually? So the way to solve this question is, let's do some benchmarks. They're not super professional. It's basically just to get you an idea of the relations and what we will end up eventually. So the reference system is my local setup on my notebook, which runs the Neos 9.1. We do 10 samples, just add a simple text node in production context. And Fusion takes about 130 milliseconds, while CPX takes 100 milliseconds. So there's already a 30 milliseconds gap. And this is just the rendering, right? So the whole request takes a lot of time. Writing the node to the database takes a lot of time. And then rendering should actually be the smallest part. The next thing we see is that the pure rendering in Fusion doesn't even make up for the difference. So maybe by accident we already we also improved the whole implementation of the out-of-band rendering. But so let's have a look at how long CPX takes for the same tasks, and it's hardly measurable. So as you might guess, it's just string concatenation, and PHP can do that very well. So yeah, one could say, okay, that's just booting Fusion. When you do that once, that could take some time, and the rendering isn't that bad. So actually, you can't really measure rendering in Fusion because it's not separated from everything else. So let's do another experiment. Let's add 1,000 text nodes on that page. Same system, content cache off, so that doesn't cheat. Front-end rendering mode, so no wrapping for the inline editing. The content comes from memory, so there's an in-memory content graph active at that moment, so no database I/O. And Fusion takes for the whole instantiation of its runtime and the rendering of the components about 290 milliseconds. And for CPX, that would be 16. The rendering stays almost constant, no matter how many text components there are. I guess that might have to do with us not doing the wrapping, because the wrapping is far more expensive than the rendering, actually. or it might be that we're even so low level that the internal PHP optimization is in action. So that is a very, very good place to be in. It's also in an order of magnitude where it matters more what your operating system is doing in the background than how many components you render. So that looks nice, sounds nice. Who uses this actually? So there's obviously our Neos demo fork, because we needed that as a reality check. So does this work in a real world project? And also we needed it for benchmarking. Then there is the Starship, obviously, because it's mission critical for Starship operations. It cannot fail. There's no place for type errors in the 24th century. Also, it's running on a Raspberry Pi, and it doesn't have the resources to really run Fusion. And then, of course,
there's my blog, website. And yes, this is my personal fate, so I dedicate this to CPX. And it's a good showcase for a really simple project, and it's open source. We will actually go into this in the talk after lunch. Speaking of open source, our code, the component engine, is as well. What else? You can find us at Codeberg in the organization Package Factory/component engine. And there are already a few alpha versions available. Please do still expect some slight syntax changes, as we are heavily working on new features. Though be assured that we have a plan. We defined all features we like for the 1.0 release, the 4 of us in our yearly meeting in Hamburg.
So it's not just another alpha version. It's quite stable when it comes to reliability. So there might be changes, of course, but it doesn't throw too many exceptions. Exactly 0, I'd guess. Because as every good PHP project, it's mostly written in Gherkin. So there are lots and lots and lots of behavioral tests for caching, for example, and so on, for the Neos integration, and lots and lots of unit tests for the parser and so on themselves. So you can support us if you want. For example, trying out our alpha versions, report bugs, or missing features. Maybe you have some special HTML syntax from several libraries, and we will see whether we can support that or not. For our development, help with the ecosystem. There is still a lot to do, like IDE integration, for example, syntax highlighting, auto-completion, because we know all the props, right, that could work. JavaScript transpilation, maybe design tool export. I could imagine that you have some kind of Figma plugin, for example, that directly outputs your CPX files that you just have to adjust. And yeah, get in touch with us. There's a dedicated Slack channel, the component engine, and you find us on Codeberg and basically for the whole conference around here.
Just talk to us. And as announced earlier, there will be a second talk today from me, basic CPX integration and SDP live demo, as well as your talk.
Yes, in the third episode, we'll touch a few of the fan favorites in the advanced CPX integration, for example, caching, because caching is a lot of fun, right? And we try to solve this node-get-property problem and have a look at the so-called object property graph mapper.
Yes. So thank you all for watching, and that's it.
Thank you. Sure, I'll take that. Just let me, you know what? I'll just free up my hands. You're not getting one now. Because you have so many talks, we can't give you one every talk. But Bernhard is getting one.
I think we're both in the same place, I guess. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but we need to spread out the gift giving. So you now, you later, but then not you again. Yes.
Yeah.
See?
Thanks a lot. I will. This will have a special place in my backpack because I will never leave without it.
I feel like there's a rule about always having a towel with you. Someone might. Yes. We have a few questions, actually.
Quite some.
Oh. Good that we finished in
Do you want to
time.
start?
Oh, yeah. So first question is, are you planning on making an IDE plugin?
Sure.
Yes, plugin in sense of a language server, actually, so that you can use it in every IDE. Yes.
But
that's the
you're
plan.
rather welcome to build it also and help us, because it takes a lot of time.
Never done this, so might be one of those community things, right?
Actually, I feel like the IDE integration and syntax highlighting and stuff seems to be a pressing issue because there's more than one question about that. Someone says, I feel like this loses a lot from the overridability from Fusion. Am I wrong?
Yes, this basically completely removes the concept of overridability because components in our from our idea are not there to be overridden but replaced. So if you want to use another component, use another component.
Well, and will CPX be integrated into Neos Core in the future? Speed stats look nice enough for that.
It's way too early to decide anything like that. We are Package Factory, we are independent, open source. We are just sharing the members with the Neos team, but as long as no one decides that from the outside, it's not time yet.
So I guess we would love to see that in the Neos Core. But we really want to see first how the community adopts this. So do people like this, or do people prefer to stick with Fusion? Let's see.
Very cool, says someone anonymously, very cool. But why is the import syntax reversed from the ES module standard?
Good question, because if you ever watched like how the IDE works for JavaScript, it always jumps first to the name you want to import and to the file you want to import and then back to the name. And we just reversed it to have it just more natural order. I think the ES module standard is just wrong.
Bold. Can you create a component inside the render segment?
Yes. That is more advanced, but that works. Not for collections, though. But you can delegate if you want. It's rather recommended that we instantiate everything from the integration and pass it along.
Okay.
Type safety in rendering is one side, but what are the guarantees to the content received from node types?
Yes, I love this question because I have a whole talk about that.
Such a smart audience.
Yeah. Yes, this is an issue CPX can't solve. The component engine itself can't also not solve this. But we need to sign some kind of layer around the content repository for that. And that's exactly the topic for my talk tomorrow.
Cool.
So you anticipated the question. What a great cliffhanger.
And then there's the last technical question. Why use classes and instantiation instead of using render functions with the properties as parameters?
That is a good question, but that is the approach that React and Fusion took, and they are both flawed in the way that they just can instantiate something and they return a generic result, like a string for every component, or in React, like a React instance, React element for every. And that is not typed anymore. If you pass it around, it's just a string. We don't know what it is. If we debug it, we just see the string, but we don't know it's an image. We lose the identity. And that's why we use self-rendering components.
All right, we have one last question that is signed with thanks, Mark. So either Mark asked the question or they're thanking you specifically. They're asking, is it possible to extend the compiler to decorate all components?
To decorate?
Is it possible to extend the compiler to decorate all components?
We need to get into detail with what you mean with decorating, but yes.
I mean, probably not make it prettier. All right.
So definitely not a feature for the 1.0. No.
Or a question that you can explore further with Mark, maybe?
Yes.
Over a coffee. That's it. That's all the questions.
You definitely sparked a lot of inspiration.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, please remember to rate the talks. As usual, for the Android users, keep doing it in the comments. As you see, they are obviously anonymous. Yeah, thank you so much. We are looking forward to your other talks. And then you'll also get a present, I promise. All right. We have a quick more break, and then see you in 20 minutes.
From this place, please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead. 'Cause love transcends every boundary. Oh, please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Wandering thoughts in my please take me from this place. Please save me from this space. Oh, please take me from this place. Oh, please save me from this space in my Love me so or love me not.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just born. I was just promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I
gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all.
A huge round of applause for our band. Stefan, we have a return guest.
Oh, we do have. It's Florian Engelhardt. And well, reading the title of his talk might have some analogies to gardening, maybe. Gardening and software development have quite something in common. But I'm very much looking forward to his Growing the PHP Core one test at a time. Please come on stage, Florian.
So I just realized that this is a very PHP heavy talk, so I'm going to need to rely on you guys to ask a lot of smart questions because that's way out of my depth these days. So I'm going to rely on you to ask some smart questions. And we also have a little incentive to ask some questions. Do you want to tell them?
I can tell you. So there are these nice little elephants. And if you want to win one, ask a question.
And we have, I think,
four.
So the 4 best questions, give it your best shot. Thank you.
So welcome everyone to Growing the PHP Core one test at a time with me. My name is Florian. I'm working at Datadog in the profiling team, where I'm building a continuous profiler for the PHP language. Besides that, I'm also an open source contributor. I contributed a lot of stuff to GraphQLite, which is a GraphQL framework for PHP. If you ever have to build a GraphQL server in PHP, check out GraphQLite. It's amazing. I contributed deprecations to PHPUnit. That was a fun experiment. And then I started contributing to the PHP documentation, the PHP internals book, some extensions, and the PHP core itself. And 2 years ago, I became the co-maintainer of the Parallel extension. That is Xparallel. That is a library that allows you to do multi-threading in PHP. And I'm doing all of that, although I'm married with 6 kids. There is only 5 on this picture because my youngest one is just 10 weeks old now. So she's not on the picture, not yet. I have a story time for you. So in 1993, I got my first computer. That was an IBM PS2 286. It had a turbo button. Anyone remembers computer with a turbo button? Nice. And alongside that computer, I got a book, and it was a German print. It was Basic for Bloody Beginner, that translates to Basic for Bloody Beginners. And so I started writing stuff in BASIC. I would not call that software today anymore, but I had fun. And in 1995, I found out that the internet exists, so I got my first huge telephone bill. But I also learned about HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and I learned about Perl, this infamous CGI bin counter.pl that was lying on those FTP servers. Then in the year 2000, I decided to start an apprenticeship as a Fachinformatiker at an internet agency, and they were making web pages. They had two teams. They had a JSP team, Java Server Pages, and the other team was doing PHP. And I have no idea how and why, but I ended up in the PHP team. And the PHP folks at the company were very excited that year because 2000 was the year that PHP 4 got released, and PHP 4 came with object orientation. So they were very happy. And so I got seated next to one of those people to show me what PHP actually is, what PHP can do. So he opened his editor, and he wrote an echo 1+1 in there and fired a request with his browser against his web server locally. And you would see a 2 there, and he was like, that's amazing. Look, the computer, like the server side, did the calculation for that. That's great. And then he opened another file and wrote include file.php or something, and then queried that file, and you would see the same 2. And he went on to explain there, like, I included that file into the other one and did the calculation there, and everything happened on server, and that was amazing. And when he finished explaining that, he looked at me, and I said something along the lines, nobody will ever use this. And I started to explain why I think that nobody will ever use PHP, and I was like, well, if you're going to do some math calculation like 1+1, you could just use JavaScript and write document.write 1+1. It will do the same thing, but it will be calculated on the client side. And if you need includes, the Apache web server back then already had server-side includes. So you could just use a server-side include tag and include the other file and have the same thing. There is no need to add another software to your stack because all of the problems that you just showed me were already solved. So remember, I was seated with the PHP folks, and after I finished my rant, I noticed it got silent in the room. So I turned around and looked into these faces. So the good thing is they did not fire me on the spot. I still have a job. They explained to me what they were actually doing the entire day, because it turned out that I had no idea. They showed me some real source code, stuff that they were actually writing, and they also showed me and explained to me some real problems that they were solving. So in retrospective, that was the day for me when I learned about databases. That was the day for me that showed me what you need a server-side scripting language for. And also, it actually was the day for me when I learned what a software engineer is actually doing an entire day, because I had no idea. I was just hacking basic scripts and HTML pages. So fast forward a few years. I got introduced to PHP in September 2000. That is 26 years from now. And my entire professional career is based on the fact that PHP exists. Even though lately I'm not writing a lot of PHP anymore, I'm writing most of the stuff in C and Rust, but all of these are extensions to PHP itself, or the PHP core. So even that is dependent on the fact that PHP exists, and that people built PHP back then, and hopefully people will still work on PHP in the foreseeable future. And it's also a fact that most of the time I got paid to solve problems in PHP, or better say, I got paid to solve problems, and I was able to do so in PHP, even though there was crazy stuff there. So it came to me that it is probably a good time to give something back to the community. And that's when I stumbled on the PHP Test Fest. The 2017 edition of the Test Fest was the last edition so far. That was organized by Ben Ramsey and Sammy Power. You may have heard those names already in the community. And the idea of the Test Fest was to drag in people to write tests for the PHP core itself. Back then, I was I did not want to write stuff in C because I wouldn't call myself a C developer. Also, the C code base of PHP, which you're going to see later a bit, is horrible. But actually, I wanted to give something back. And the idea of writing tests for PHP was that tests for PHP are written in PHP itself. And I can write PHP, so I could contribute a test probably. Also, this means that I do not have to think of a new language feature or a new syntax feature and contribute that via an RFC process that is intimidating. But I could just write PHP code, which is something I do every day. So If you want to write a test for PHP, you need to start by compiling PHP from scratch on your machine. I would highly advise you to fork the PHP source repository. That's on GitHub. I would highly advise you to fork that because you might not have push rights to that repository anyway. So fork that, then clone it, and basically you run build conf configure make, and after that you have a binary that you could use to ship your production code. The latest and greatest PHP version, I would not advise that. Or you could run tests on the latest version. And that brings you the PHP binary. The CLI PHP binary. You can also compile the mod PHP for Apache or FAST FPM. And to run the tests, you would just run make test, but you can also give it the test PHP arg-j nproc to run multiple test runs in parallel. And that is what we are doing now. So let's switch. Okay. This is a directory. I have the PHP 8.6 source code. You can see I compiled that on May 26. That's PHP 8.60 dev. That's just the latest from master on that day. I would not advise you to deploy that to your production machine, but it's working. And to run the tests, you would just say make test, test PHP args-j, and then something. The 15 is just the number of cores in this machine. I think it should be 16. But it doesn't really matter. You just run parallel tests. And what happens then is you see this mesmerizing pattern of tests because it's pretty fast. You can see in the lower left side the number of tests that are overall there to execute, the number of tests that are executed. You can see there are 15 of 15 concurrent test workers running at this point in time, and they'll continue for a few seconds. What we also see, I'm going to scroll back later once it's finished. In the first column, you see a lot of green paths. We want a lot of that. You sometimes see skip in there. Hopefully, there's no fail and no warning. We're going to see this later. And then the next thing, you don't see it because scrolling by so fast, is the name of the test and the file name where the test was defined in. There's also more that you see is when the number is approaching the 19,635, you're going to see that the number of concurrent test worker will be going down because they all started to finish the assigned amount of tests that they have to run. And the other thing is you will see that the test runner is bad at counting because it will do more than the 19,635 tests. That is because some of the tests that we have in the repository are not meant to be run in parallel with other tests because they have side effects and then they would fail and you would get flakiness, and we don't want that. So those tests are run then afterwards, just one after the other. So this is a bit slower, but it should finish in a few seconds. And in the end, what we get is we get a nice report. Once it finishes, there it is. We don't want to send the report. And we scroll a bit up. You see, this is all that it's scrolling by. You see in the first just a lot of parsers. That's what we want to have, the name of the test that we execute and where the file name is. And then you get this test result summary, which tells us 29 extensions have been skipped. These are all extensions that have not been compiled into this binary. So it makes no sense to run those tests because they would fail anyway. And 42 extensions in PHP have been identified to be around. So the overall number of tests in PHP is 21,953. And we can see in the test pass section, 99.9% of tests pass. That is good. And you also see they pass in just 93 seconds, which is pretty quick, I would say. There are 3 warnings and 1 failure. So have a look quickly what we have here. So we got a failed test in the XML writer OpenURI. No idea what happened there. We could look into the file itself, but we're going to do something similar later. And then there are warnings, and those warnings are interesting because you can see here they have their warnings because they have an X-fail section, but the test passes. That means those tests are expected to fail. They should be executed, but they are expected to fail, but they do not fail, which is not necessarily a good sign. But one should look into this and check out why they're not failing anymore. Usually you have tests with the X-fail section because there is an upstream stuff that is not yet fixed, and you already wrote the test for that. So it's still it's still failing, but you have your trigger. This warning is basically the trigger that something upstream fixed a bug. Okay. And then at the end, the test runner asks you if you want to send this file. save this repo in a file. Yeah, okay. If you want to save this repo in a file, then you can propose upstream. It's probably better if you just check into those files what actually happened. Okay. Now that we know how to run the tests, the question is what to test, or what a test actually looks like. So I mentioned to you there are there's a test name in something, and generally a test is a PHP file, and those are just ASCII files divided into sections. So there are multiple sections here. We start with a test section, which is just a short description of whatever you're doing here. So in this case, this stupid example, we're testing the string length function, if it actually works. Then we saw that tests will not get executed if the extension they are built on is not around. That's what the extension section is for. So you just comma separate, name the extensions in there that you rely on, because it makes no sense to execute a test if this extension is not around. Then there are some, let's say, more sophisticated ideas of when a test should run or not. There is a skip if block is available for that. And you can write PHP code in there. And what will happen is the test runner will extract this thing, this snippet, will execute it. And if the output starts with skip, it will skip the test. This is mostly done for stuff like slow tests, or for tests where you need an internet connection available. Then you usually set an environment variable that you do not want to run online tests, so you do not want to run slow tests, you want to skip slow test, which means that an environment variable will be set that you check for. This technically works, but it makes no sense, because if the core extension is around and the string length function is not around, then we have a problem, and we should actually not skip but fail and cry loudly. The next section we have is the file section, which is the test, like the actual thing you want to test. This PHP code is also extracted by the test runner and then executed. And then the output is matched against the content of the expect section. So that's why you usually in those tests see a lot of var dump, because it's the easiest way to make sure that we have the content and the data type and everything around. So in this case, the only thing we're testing is that hello world, the string length to hello world returns integer 12, and that's exactly what we're testing. If you need that a bit more dynamic, there are two alternatives to expect, at least two I know of. One is expectf, which allows you to use the substitution tags that you know from printf. So instead of int 12, instead of the 12, you could write %d for any decimal. That would also work. The test would be green. It would be useless, but it would be green. And then there is an expect regex that you also could use as an alternative, where you provide a regular expression, and that regular expression gets matched against the output of the file section. And if it matches, the test is green. Relatively simple, all of that. And then in the end, we have a clean section. The clean section is the only one here that is optional, is there to clean up after yourself. There is one caveat that you need to know, and that is all of those sections where you have PHP code in there are executed in isolation. That means that if you define a variable in the $file section, even though this is one file here, when it gets run, the test runner extracts all of those sections and runs them individually. That means that the variable that you define in the file section will not exist in the clean section anymore. So if you create a random file path, for example, and you need to delete that, you need a way to generate the same random file name in the clean section at all. Or you need to specify that this test is not ought to be run in parallel, so it doesn't have any side effects. So now that we know how to run tests and how a test actually looks like, the question is, what do we test? So when I started writing tests for PHP, that was in PHP 7.2, 7.1 times, there was gcov.php.net, which had a code coverage report for PHP. That does not exist anymore. It got replaced by CodeCov, so the entire code coverage report for PHP is on CodeCov. So you could just go there and check out the code coverage report and then look for something that is red or not tested, which I did. And back then I found this thing. I checked the code coverage report for something that is not tested, scrolled through, and then got stuck at this one. This is C code from the PHP internals. This is the PHP function setlib get coding type. That's how this is C code. There's a lot of macros, and there's macros and macros, but in the end, this is the PHP function setlib get coding type. And When you call that, the send pass parameters none just make sure that there are no arguments given to the function because it doesn't expect anyone. And then there is a switch statement on a compression coding variable, whatever that is. And the function can return either the string gzip, the string deflate, or a Boolean false. That's all it does. So when I saw this, I was like, OK, I need to write a test for a switch statement. That should be easy. So I wanted to check the bigger context of that function, what it actually is. And what PHP can actually do is PHP can do magic output compression for you. That means if the client indicates that they accept a transfer encoding using the HTTP accept encoding header, and INI setting for PHP is turned on to do this, and the setlib extension is around, and so on and so on, then PHP would do magic output compression. If the client indicates that I'm going to accept a gzip compressed output stream from you back, and PHP will actually do this, you could call the setlib getCoding type function to find out if PHP is doing output compression, and if it's doing so, which codec it's using, or which compression algorithm it's using, or if it's not doing it when it's returning false. That's the entire big picture of where all of this comes from. You could also start browsing through the source code and find out what this function is actually doing, but that would probably yield you to write a test that is implementation specific. You can also read all of that up in the docs of that function. So now that I knew what the function was actually doing and how I could test it, we need to write a test for the absence of the accept encoding header. If there's no accept encoding header around, the function should return false. If it's gzip or deflate in the HTTP accept encoding header, it should be one of them. But browsers can also send different strings. They could send BR for Brotli. And then because we're not supporting it, we should return false. And also, we need to turn the setlib.output compression INI setting on and off in order to toggle the feature in PHP itself. And with that, I'm going to come to a little demo. Let me see. Here we go. So I prepared this thing here. This is the test that I wrote the first time I wanted to try this out. So we have a test section, and in the test section, we just have a short setlib encoding type with gzip encoding. That's what the test is doing. By the way, there is also a description section. If you want to write or need to write more context about what you're doing here, then there is a description section for that. The test section should stay small. Then we are depending on the setlib extension. If that is not around, then we should not run the test at all. And then the trouble begins, and that is with the PHP test runner is executing on PHP CLI, so there's no HTTP request around. I thought that, well, maybe I need to somehow inject an HTTP request in there, at least the accept encoding header. But we know that there is a $_server superglobal, and all HTTP request headers end up in that superglobal with an HTTP_ prefix. So what I did here, I decided to, well, that's pretty easy. I just write a $_server HTTP accept encoding and assign gzip to it, as such faking an HTTP request. With a browser, with a client that expects or accepts gzip encoding. Then we need to turn the output compression to off, and then we can call the setlib getCoding type function and dump just out with var dump. And then the next thing is we turn output compression on and do the same thing again, call setlib getCoding type, and now that it is on, it should actually return gzip. And then in the expect section, that's exactly what we want to match, those two var dumps. The first one should dump out Boolean false, and the second one should give us a string for gzip. So let's run this one test. And if you want to run just one test or a directory of tests, you can run make test and give it the tests argument, and then either a directory or a file, and then it will just execute this one test. And then we're going to see what happens. Ooh, it failed. So we have a failure in here. Well, the good thing is time taken 0.05 seconds. That's fast. That's good. The interesting thing is here you can see there is a difference there. The first one, Boolean false, that's there, so that matches. But then our string gzip is missing, and instead of that, what we get is we get a warning ionized that cannot change setlib output compression headers already sent in line 5. That is a problem. So yeah, and then we got a bool false again. That's a problem. So let's check the files. What I want to show you is once you run a test and the test fails, the test runner leaves you with a lot of files. It leaves us with a diff, with an expected file, with a log, with an out file, with a .php file, which is just the extraction of the file thing, with the .phpt file, that's the original file, and with the .sh file, which is the actual run. So let's have a look into the PHP file. That is just our section. And it said in line 5, the INI said it can't do that because output has already been sent. So let's have a look at what happened. So this INI set cannot be executed, or it cannot change the output compression anymore because the output has been sent. And that happened here in this var dump. So what's happening implicitly is whenever you dump an output or you do an echo and there's no output buffering in between or something, PHP will magically send the HTTP response headers to the client. Immediately at the first output starts. And when it does so, in this case, the accept encoding has been set to gzip, but the output compression for PHP has been turned off. And as it has been turned off, PHP is not doing any output compression, so it sends the HTTP response header to the client, indicating that there is no output compression happening, and it's just plain text. And then you're not allowed to change your mind anymore because there is no way to communicate to the client that we changed our mind in the middle of the HTTP response. So that's why this is not allowed anymore. That means we should not do any output here, and we can just do this by storing that in a temporary variable and then echoing it out here. Now we're not doing any output anymore. We just get the result in our variable $a. We do the INI set and turn output compression on. And then we dump out the variables in the same order. First, the one where we expect a Boolean false, and then the string for gzip. And if we execute that, we get another failure. Look at that. And that's progress. It's a different failure. So we do not get the string gzip that we expect, but you get a Boolean false. Now that was weird. The Boolean false here is weird because the other error is gone, but it's still not working as we want it to work. So there are several options you have. The one that I took is I wanted to check the source code. This is in PHP 8.6, the latest master version. It doesn't look completely different. It's just the line 589, the send pass parameters none is now a macro to encapsulate all of that away. But technically, it's doing the exact same thing still. So this is just a switch statement on a compression coding variable that we want to test. But the question is, where is this compression coding variable written to? So let's search for that and try and find it. This is also reading from that. This is reading, it's reading, this is writing. So if we go up here, there's a function called PHP setlib output encoding, no idea what that is called. But this is where PHP is writing to the setlib compression encoding variable, and it's writing gzip and deflate in there, or the constants that match with that. So that is interesting, but the question is, what is that doing up here in line 152? This is horrible. But even if you have no idea about PHP internal source code, the thing that this tells you is there are some, let's say, keywords in there that triggered me. And this is, there is an HTTP globals track var server. Then there is the send is auto global thingy checking on something called send string auto global server, which I heavily assume back then is just the $_server super global. So this could work. Then the next thing is this send hash string find call. Arrays in PHP are baked by hash maps. So we need a hash map access to find in the trackvar server, which is our $_server superglobal, something that is the HTTP accept encoding key, which is exactly what we're looking for. And then that gets converted to string, and then we do two if statements on it. So when I read all of this source code, I did not have too much idea about what was actually going on, but there were enough keywords in there to actually get to an idea that this is just trying to find out if the $_server superglobal is set and if an HTTP accept encoding key exists in that. And PHP is just accessing this in internals like this, and that's basically all that happens. So the problem when I read this and had an understanding of what was going on here is that this actually bakes my case. This means that I did everything right, but it's still failing. So if you struggle with these kind of things, you can go to phpc.chat, which is where the nice folks of the PHP community reside, and there are some links to Mastodon and to a Discord, where a lot of PHP internals developers hang around. And then you can go there and you can tell them, hey, I'm writing this test and it looks okay. I found this source code was actually baking that all I'm doing is correct, but it's not. So what am I missing? There's obviously something that I'm missing. And the thing that I was missing is the following. PHP is a language that uses copy and write. So every time you do a function call, your arrays and strings and whatever arguments that you pass into that function will not get copied at the function call level, but they will only be copied once you start writing to them in the function. As long as you don't write to them, you're still working on the same copy. And I learned that day that PHP is doing the exact same thing, copy and write, for user-accessible autoglobals like $_server, for example. As soon as you write to them in your PHP script, PHP creates a copy for you to work on, because PHP still needs the unaltered original for these kind of things, because it needs to know what the actual accept encoding was before you start tinkering with it. So now with that, we know at least we were on the right thing. The $_server HTTP accept encoding is correct. But we are not allowed to change it in our PHP script anymore because PHP will do a copy and a write. Luckily, there's another way to inject variables or keys into the $_server superglobal, and that is the environment. Whoop. I mentioned there are more sections, and what we can do is we can inject an environment variable called HTTP accept encoding, set that to gzip. That environment variable will be set from the test runner before it executes our test. And that will make this environment variable end up in the $_server superglobal. And it should work now. Let's give it a try. 3 times the charm. Oh, and it still failed? But that's progress. Anyone has an idea what that is? Yeah? Shout it. Exactly. So PHP is actually doing what we wanted it to do. It's just doing it too good. So what we need to do is we could reorder all of that, but that's not what I did. What I did was way trickier. I did this. So turning the output compression off initially, calling setlib encoding type, turning it on again, calling it again to get the gzip, and then turning it off so that we actually get a normal output. Oh, yes. Nice catch. When we run this one, it passes. In 0.05 seconds, that's great. So now we have a test in there that actually works and proves that proves a functionality that's in PHP, at least we see. So this is the slide in case the live demo would have not worked, but this is also the test how you can find it in the PHP repository. Yeah, it's in there since PHP 7.3, and once PHP 7.3 got released and the new code coverage report was generated, the GCAF back then showed all of these lines here. You can see still line 546, the return here is not tested. That is just because general I agree or agreement is that we do not test this line because it's just, oh, you call setlib encoding type with an argument. It's not expecting an argument, so it's failing. These 3 lines are in front of a lot of functions, so it's just not tested at all, but it works. So after I did all of that, like that was in PHP 7.3. It's in the repository. It's still in there, but I learned a lot of stuff along the way. First of all, there is this saying of we are not doing it because it's easy. We are doing it because we thought it would be easy. That's exactly what happened there. I thought this is a test on a switch statement. Could not be really complicated. But yeah, it was a bit more complicated than that. I learned that superglobals are copy on write. I had no idea they are. I knew for function arguments and everything that this is copy on write, but I had no idea that superglobals are. But it makes sense if you think about it, because if a client sends an HTTP request to you indicating they have an accept encoding of gzip, and you in PHP just override that with something else, that makes no sense. The client would not understand what kind of data you would send them. So it makes everything like this, environment variables and HTTP headers and everything immutable to user space. So you can play around with it in PHP, but PHP core still behaves correct. And the other thing is there are modify handlers for an I setting. It's not super important, but it's not too often that I had to write an INI set in PHP code. But I wonder what all those INI sets do that I left over of my entire career if they cannot change the setting, because I've not thought about this. So who knows? The other question is, if you start writing tests for PHP, if you get into the test for the PHP core itself, you start to get into this, the question you can ask is, what do you gain for all of that? Well, the first thing is PHP will be stable and reliable, because that function that you have a test for, that will not change unnoticed anymore. People will notice if the behavior of that function changed, and they might fix that. The other thing is you'll learn more about how PHP works internally, and that ultimately helps you write better code on a higher abstraction level, because you know that everything that you do, no matter how the abstraction layer is, ultimately needs to go through the PHP interpreter who has to execute all of that stuff on your CPU somewhere. And the other thing is that I learned here is in my career, I wrote a lot of zip and unzip classes, where I actually had to wrap the system call to zip and unzip binaries. And that is a horrible, horrible thing to do, because you have to make sure that no one is able to sneak in some nasty CLI arguments that you then execute on your machine. I found out that a zip archive class is something that does exist, that allows you to do access to zip files and extract just simple files or single files of that using object-oriented approach. And the other thing is the PHP-T file format is not only used by the PHP core itself. PHP unit comes with a test runner that executes PHP-T files, and also a part of the PHP unit test suite itself is written in PHP-T. And that is ultimately how I became a contributor to PHP unit, because I knew the format already and I wanted to write some tests there. And let's say the biggest feature that you get if you start writing tests in PHP-T and contribute to the language is that you can call yourself a PHP contributor. And that is all, folks. Thank you very much.
That was a very sneaky end to the talk. And I left your speaker present over there, which Stefan has already taken care of. That was a good incentive for questions. There are a few questions.
Nice.
Even one by a dog. But we'll get to that. Gerhard asks, does make test also execute the tests for low-level implementations like if or for? So basically everything that can't be tested in PHP syntax?
For if and for, good question. There is the in the send folder where the actual syntax is, and like all those if and else and loops and such. There are tests for all of this. Yes.
And Gerhard's dog Pedro would like to know if the elephant is squeaky.
Is what?
Is squeaky.
Squeaky? No, it's not.
Oh,
sorry.
Sad dog.
Where's Gerhard?
And Bernhard asks, what parts of the PHP code base would be most in need of more tests? That already sounds like.
Yeah, well, you need to go to the code coverage report. There are some functions. Okay, there are some sneaky functions like ODBZ. No one wants to write tests for that. But there are some places where there is all red. There is no test for anything. So just head over to CodeCuff. CodeCuff. What was the URL again? I forgot it.
.org.
This one. app.codecuff.io/GitHub PHP source. There's the code coverage report. And that's run with the latest master. So, yeah.
There's more questions incoming. I think this is going to turn into some battle royale of PHP elephants.
Oh, where's Bernhard?
Well, then I skipped this one, because how is code coverage nowadays? Are there still beginner-friendly missing pieces as in 2017?
Code coverage, I think, is 76, 74, 75%-ish, something like that. Like the complete easy low-hanging fruits, I would say, are gone, and especially with newer feature nowadays, it is mandatory if you have a new feature to the language or bring a new extension that you also bring the test. Like people will scream at you if there are no tests. Let's say in the olden days, more Wild Western, just you have a feature and it works. People test it manually. Approved. Yeah.
Okay.
From who was the question?
We don't know.
Oh,
no name.
Sorry. From you?
Anonymous.
Yeah.
Yannick would like to know, is line coverage a good measurement for tests, for code/test quality?
No, but it's the one that we have.
It's a very good answer. Sometimes we don't get the best, but we get something.
Yeah, we have something. No, branch coverage would be better, but we don't have that. I have no idea if CodeCov actually supports this, but that's what we have. Where are you?
Your question is next. Who's the MVP contributor of PHP tests?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. You could probably use GitHub to check who did the most PHP files, but that's a bit sneaky also because the in this format here, the extensions core that was added just a few years ago. Before that, basically 90% of tests had a skip if block testing if the extension is loaded, and then they would not run the test, and that got refactored into extension. It was one guy, so he basically touched all of the PHP files.
Then somebody without a name says, it feels a bit strange to write the PHP test. Wow, you're lucky now. It feels a bit strange to write the PHP tests in PHP and comparing just the output. I get the point that it lowers the language barriers. Did the PHP project get more tests since they are doing it? Or would it be better to test in C, as we also get rid of all the flaws?
Oh, so I would not like to write tests in C for PHP itself, because as I mentioned a bit, the PHP source code, the PHP Z code itself is macros in macros. So there are C macros that have other macros in there and other macros in there. So it's very horrible to read all of that and understand what it's actually doing. And I think this is a very low barrier of entry. That's the one thing. And the other thing is, if you run all of that, you could do so, and the PHP project is actually doing it. All those tests are not only run to prove that that actually works, but also it's run using with an ASIN, with an address sanitizer. So you actually see if you leak memory somewhere or something. I guess it's pretty good that we have this.
All right, one more?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm out of elephant, sorry.
Suppose you find that PHP's implementation of accept encoding doesn't comply with the relevant RFC. Would you write the test for how it works or how it should work? Almost philosophical.
Yeah. So the HTTP accept encoding in PHP, I think, is only accepting gzip or BR and not like the other stuff where you write all this, what was the syntax, 0.9 gzip, semicolon, something else. I have no idea if that actually supported. I doubt it. I heavily doubt it. But also it's a bit weird also because it's a bit weird to have this entire functionality in the setlib extension, because that is not necessarily a setlib extension feature. It's just that the setlib extension is the only one that does the magic output compression. But if you have Xbrotli, for example, installed, and Brotli can also be an accept encoding, that just doesn't work. The Brotli extension doesn't react on the accept encoding header. So yeah, that should, if you need that feature, actually, it should probably merge to the PHP core and then have multiple extension points for how to compress the output. But that's how it works.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And as you now threw so many presents, I'm going to like. You may catch yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I'm sure you're available for more questions.
Yes. I'm around for the rest of the day.
The thing with the, do we have a Drücker? We don't have a Drücker because we have like 2 slides.
But they're doing it first.
Awesome.
Oh.
You can hang out with us while we announce the stuff because it's almost lunchtime, which is great. I am hungry. But before you run away, rate the talk.
Rate the talk.
It's on the slide, and I almost forgot to say it. It's twice on the slide. It's on the slide and in the speaker notes, and I still managed to forget it. But it's almost lunch. But before everybody dissipates, takes a nap, eats food comas, or wanders off into the forest, I don't know, please make sure, can we have like the übernächste slide? Thank you. We forgot the Drücker. It's on us. We were taking a drone photo again this year, as every year. And now we were a little concerned because we spelled Neos. We started with the N, which was cute, and then we had NE, which was weird, and then we had NEO, which was also weird. Then we had Neos, which was great. Then we added a 9, and then we were like, damn, what do we do now? So we do what we love most, is we do a little heart. And it doesn't matter if you do the Gen Z heart or the millennial heart or no heart because you're Gen X and Gen X doesn't have time for that kind of stuff. We are doing a heart today. We're meeting at 1:30 outside in the, when you leave the location. We're going to be meeting there, and we can't wait to see you. Thank you for your talk. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your knowledge.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll see you all at lunch. Bombard him with more questions when you find him. Thank you.
roll it up.
from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I will call and I will plead. 'Cause love transcends every boundary. Oh, please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Wandering thoughts in my Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space. Oh, please take me from this place. Oh, please save me from this space in my Love me so or love me not.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting
It's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 I punch my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in the play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I'm not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all.
pull it up.
wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored.
Hello, hello, hello. Is everybody deep in a food coma? Yes.
Very good.
All right, do me a personal favor, don't fall asleep, because this is going to be really interesting. Two of our esteemed conference participants had the great idea of reaching out to us with things that they thought everybody should hear about, which is such a good idea. If you want everybody to hear something, tell it to the people with the microphones.
First is, Anke wanted to re-emphasize, so the Lightning Talks submission is open until tomorrow morning. And you can reach out to her best via Slack at Anke, or just talk to her when she's around. And then
Lukas reached out to me to remind me that there is an ongoing wallpaper, login wallpaper. Is it a competition? Is it competition? It's a voting, definitely. To remind all of you to check it out and see, because we're all looking at that login screen. Might as well be a good picture, right? Yeah.
Cool. And now we're thrilled to announce a long friend who I got to know him many years ago when he helped with the NEOS Awards as a jury member. Later on,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, he did. And later on, he became speaker, not only speaker. He, back then, won the Best Speaker Award. And he is, and this is something actually we would want to show you a little more. He's a speaker from an external community. He is in the Contao core team. And we always seek to get speakers not only from our community, but also from other places, from external, like also to get an external point of view. And now we are very happy to have him here. And just to mention the shop where you bought your tickets, that's also we just wanted to recommend that to you. It's Pretix. Back then we started with Eventbrite, but they charge a lot, and now we switched to an open source solution. So they are from Germany, Heidelberg. Whenever you are looking for a similar thing, we can just strongly recommend it. And now, without further ado, please welcome Yannick on stage.
Thank you.
Happy to have you.
Don't forget to post your questions in the app.
Cool. Wow. Thank you. It's good to be back after 4 years. It was back in Dresden, when I joined the NEOS community for the first time. And back then, I gave a talk about composer internals. I don't know if a few of you might remember. It was a lot of math and a lot of algorithms and a lot of complex stuff, and it was really interesting. And so you might know that whenever I give a talk, I like to bring a story along. And today's story starts in, 2022. It's full circle. I happen to work for a customer in the tourism sector. And there was a new requirement. And you've all seen this requirement. I will show you a little mock-up because this will feel very, or look very familiar to you. It's in German because that customer is a Swiss customer. So it was about point of interests. Like you've all been there. You've all hopefully booked some vacation maybe, or you've looked for a hotel or a restaurant, or these typical lists where you have a lot of objects, and then you want to filter on the left or right side or wherever for categories, or you have these typical price range sliders and stuff. And then there's this tiny little, search box on top. And then you have to ask your customer, what do you expect of this box to do, right? You've all been there. And, there's a rather famous touristic place in the Bernese Oberland, which is called Grindelwald. And there is a problem if you listen to the word Grindelwald, because English native speakers, they usually write EL with LE, because handle, bundle, candle, you know the deal. And so that was a simple requirement that they expect simple, letter scrambles to work. So typo tolerance was a hard requirement. But at the same time, we were talking about, Switzerland is not so big. I don't know if you've visited before or you are living in Switzerland, then you know that it's a small country. There's not so many hotels or places to visit. So we were talking about smaller lists, maybe a maximum of 10,000 point of interests. And then I sat there. You probably know this situation, right? Yes, this is obviously AI generated, and obviously none of the logos is correct. I left this in deliberately just to show you that AI is AI. It's not really intelligent sometimes. But I sat there and I knew, okay, good, typo tolerance, what are we going to do? Do we pick Elasticsearch? Are we going to host it ourselves? Do we pick a hosted solution? Should we go for Algolia, OpenSearch, TypeSense, SmileySearch, the deal? And this time I thought, well, it's just not, I just have 10,000 objects. I don't need all the power of Elasticsearch. There must be a solution that just makes this easier for me. And as by chance, at that time, in a very different project, I worked with SQLite. And SQLite is everywhere. SQLite is in your phones 1,000 times. It's in your car. Probably it's in your fridge. It's argued that it might be the most deployed software, most commonly deployed software in all the world. Close contender to CLib or Yeah, so it's basically everywhere. And SQLite has a super powerful function, which is, or feature, which is called create function. So it allows you to register your own custom functions that you can then use in your queries. And well, the obvious choice for these simple typo-tolerant implementations is Levenstein. This is Mr. Levenstein, if you've never seen a picture of him before. And I knew that whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to tinker with this thing. I want to build something, and whenever I'm going to encounter a problem that I cannot solve with native features, I will always be able to resort to custom functions. And so that's just to show you that this works without a problem. So we're going to instantiate a new PDO in-memory SQLite instance. Then there's some stupid loop Levenstein function that does nothing else than just the native Levenstein distance calculation between two strings. And then you basically insert the correct word. In that case, that's Grindelwald. And then you can register this or create this function and make this known to SQLite. And then you can use that function. And then you can essentially have your Grindelwald, which I'm going to call it now, so the mistyped, and you will get the result. So the ID is 1, and it has a number of typos or Levenstein distance of 2. So I knew that whatever I'm going to do, I will be able to sort of create something that might be useful. So I set out to do that. So there were a few requirements, and one of the requirements was obviously platform related. So my goal was I don't want to, every single time, if I have to have this discussion, talk about, oh, you know, we have to sort out this container, and we have to decide whether to use Elasticsearch, and I have no idea how much RAM I'm going to use or need or not for these simple type of lists. But at the same time, I also didn't feel like reinventing the wheel and implementing an entire database in PHP. I don't think this would be a smart idea, but if you want to do that, feel free to give it a try. Anyway, so PHP and SQLite only, which makes it possible to also run this software that I'm going to talk about in a minute, basically on a stupid shared hosting solution if you want to. And then I had some DX requirements, because who has worked with Elasticsearch before and was just overwhelmed with all the features that you can configure? I think, yeah, there's quite a few hands. And who has worked with MileySearch maybe before? It's an alternative, an alternative depends on your use case, but I think MileySearch does a very good job at making very basic search simple, and I wanted to copy that. And if you've worked with MileySearch before, you will notice that it's very much inspired by MileySearch. And then there were some functional requirements, like obviously I need to filter. You've seen the mock-up before. I need to be able to filter by categories and price and geo-distance, and then obviously sort by relevance and all of that, and typo tolerance. So I started working on Loop. Loop is French, and it just means magnifier. And I started, it's already, it's a long time ago already. It's more than 3 years, and back then it was not usable, but now I think it is. So every search engine usually works with what we call documents. So for reference, we just have an ID. Every document has an identifier, and then there's some, this is a made-up example. There's no Panoramastube in Grindelwald, I guess, I don't know. But there's a name and a teaser, and then there's some categories, which is an array of strings, and so on, and then average price, which is this typical, you know, the dollar signs, 1, 2, or 3, which obviously in Switzerland is always 3. Then coordinates, latitude, longitude, whatever, you get the point. So when it comes to developer experience, then it's really very simple. You just say which attributes you want to have to search or should be searchable, which ones should be filterable, which ones should be sortable, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff you can configure, but you absolutely don't have to, and that's basically it. And then for the search, the query, the opposite basically, or how you would search it is, well, you pass in the query, that is your user typing, right? Then you have your filter, which is SQL language inspired, and some sorting, and that's basically it. So let's check the foundation of a simple SQLite database. How you would structure that. So obviously we need a documents table where we just take our JSON, our document, and we just bang it in there. We have an internal ID because of performance reasons and an external, which I called user ID. But at the end of the day, that's just a document. And then there's some internal stuff like you know, engine version, so that I know when to re-index if things change. And then there's also the document schema, because I was like, I don't want to, on every single time I need a simple search, I didn't want to go at a project and say, well, teaser is a string and categories is an array of string. No, the loop just takes the first document, that's going to define the schema. So you do basically composer require, you bang in your documents, and you're good. That's the idea. So filtering is what I started out with, because filtering is very easy or that's where relational databases really shine. So that's basically we have single value attributes that you saw before, like the stars or the average price, and then that's what I called multi-value attributes, which is just categories. It's an array of strings, right? And so the single value attributes are like the easiest thing you can think of. You just add another table column next to your documents table, and basically, well, filtering for all the documents that match that filter is super simple. And multi-value attributes work similarly. You just have to index the values individually, and then you build a relational table. And then that's basically it. It's a bit more complicated if you want to exclude, but at the end of the day, it was written rather quickly. And yeah, the query is not, you can do it with joins, you can do subqueries, doesn't really matter, but at the end of the day, it's all the documents that, where the attribute, in that case, categories matches, and then the string value is fondue, which, by the way, in Switzerland always means cheese fondue, because fondue is French and means molten, and I don't know when meat fondue became molten. That's really weird. But anyway. Then there's the combination. Obviously, if you combine multiple filters, then you get like a filter queries like this. So you need to write a parser to understand what is an attribute, what's an operator, what is the value, grouping with brackets. At the end of the day, it's a bit more work. You write your lexer and parser, but there's cool libraries you can reuse. Doctrine Lexer, if you ever need to write a parser, have a look at that library. It makes it really easy to write your own lexer or parser, or both of them. And then, you know, turns out it will give you a longer query, but you can just forward that to SQLite, and SQLite Query Planner will optimize that, and it's really, really fast. So good, that's done. So filtering was really easy to implement. There was one thing, geodistance, because SQLite natively does not have geodistance functions yet. There are plugins, but the idea was to have something that is natively available basically everywhere. So, well, the coordinates, you just store them again alongside your document. And then, well, we can register our own function, use any of the Composer, I don't know, 100 libraries that do geodistance calculations, and basically you then compare the distance to a given coordinate pair in the database, and you check whether that's in the range of 10,000 meters in that case. And yeah, but there was a performance issue, so it worked in my tests, obviously, but because the library was tested and works well. But you can see, by the way, that's the radius of 10 kilometers, so you can really see how small Switzerland is. But obviously, this is where Grindelwald is, and there's a lot of places outside of this radius, and it was slow because, well, my custom function had to compare the distance for every single one of them. So what's the obvious choice you can do? Well, you can calculate bounding boxes, so southwest, southeast, northeast, and northwest. That will give you 4 coordinate pairs. And then you can
pre-filter kind of all the documents that are in that square, and you then only apply the geodistance stuff for what is in that square. And that was fast enough for me. OK, on to the final boss, the typo tolerance. So in PHP, the problem is, or if you've worked with language stuff before, you've probably noticed that Python is the best language to do that. Now, in the AI world, probably you've had some, you've worked and trained your own models and stuff. So you might have come across that fact. But in PHP, unfortunately, we don't have those tools. So but what we have is an extension called INTL, or internationalization. Probably you've seen that before. It's basically, I guess in the CMS world, it's basically you always have to use that. Otherwise, working with multiple languages becomes a bit difficult. And there's a cool component in that extension, which is bundled in PHP Core. And it's called break iterator. And you can basically break a sentence or also an entire document into sentences or words according to rules. So in that case, according to German rules, because, well, we all know like exclamation mark and question mark defines a sentence. But in Spanish, it's the upside down question mark and so on. So there are different rules. But at the end of the day, you can iterate over that, and it will give you an array of words in that case. So we can use that. Then we do some normalization stuff, like, yeah, you can't see here, that's an old screenshot, but basically transforming special letters like umlauts in A, E, and so on, normalization. But you just put those into a terms table or tokens or whatever you want to name it. And then there's basically also a table, a relational table, and we do the same thing. We store in what attribute it was found, and also the position. That's only relevant for phrase search, and we'll get to that in a second. Yeah. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to fetch all the documents where the distance to Grindelwald, so our user query, is smaller than or equal to 2 if you want to tolerate 2 typos, right? Well, the problem is that becomes really slow, because again, that will be done against every single term that you have in your database. And well, if you compare it to, well, that's Kandersteg, that's another famous place in Bernese Oberland if you ever want to visit. And the Levenshtein distance is 9. And it's just so it's not even remotely close, right? And I don't care if it's 9 or 15 or 50. It's just not relevant for the search. What I want to know is it equal than or less to 2? And basically what we need is we need a way, like before in the geo example, we need a way to restrict our thousands and hundred thousands of terms to a manageable set where we can then do this loop Levenshtein. So this special function is not the problem, but we need to reduce our set very quickly. So it did work, but I basically had to wait 1 minute for a search result, and I figured it's probably not what you would expect from a search engine to wait a minute for correct results. So there are some obvious quick wins. What can we do? Well, we can store the length of the term, for example. You could also add the length to the query, but that way it doesn't even have to calculate it for every term. And if you want to tolerate 2 typos, then, well, the word has to be at least 9 or not longer than 13 characters long in order to match our Grindelwald, right? So that's an obvious improvement that we can already do. And then there's stuff that you could do, like the first letter that must match. It would reduce the set a bit. And yeah, I thought there must be a solution. I don't want this. I want to tolerate a typo at the beginning of the word. You know, there's this little child that wants to build this house with the Legos, and it has to work. And even if I added this filter for all the words starting with the letter G, then I would still have 10 seconds to wait for a search result. So that was not a solution anyway. So what do the big players do? How do other search engines solve typo tolerance?
well, there's a whole bunch of algorithms that you can look into, from n-gram index to, finite state transducers. Yeah, that's already a mouthful. It all turns out to use a lot of RAM. So not all of those algorithms, but most of them. That's probably also the reason why most of the search engines require a lot of RAM, because they can keep a lot of stuff in RAM, in memory, and then answer your typo-tolerant queries very quickly. But that was not a solution for me, because then I might as well just use one of the existing solutions, right? And so I Googled a bit, and one day I stumbled over this paper, academic paper, that's called Efficient Similarity Search in Very Large String Sets, and that sounded very intriguing. It's a German Hasso-Plattner Institute and Humboldt Uni, so probably also some bigger names in Germany. And this is a paper published in 2012. And I read this paper 1,000 times, and I didn't get it 999 times. And at some point, I sorted it, and I started to implement this algorithm that is described in this paper in a standalone library. You can use it. By now, it's been extended. There was a bug in the paper that I fixed. There's more stuff that this library can do on top of what this paper actually outlines. So if you want to have a look, then you can. And unfortunately, a version of this talk I prepared would have included explaining the entire algorithm, but we would still be here in an hour probably, because as I said, after reading it 1,000 times, I still didn't get it. And so I decided not to explain you all the details of the algorithm, but I will try to tell you the essence of that algorithm, what makes it so clever. And what makes it clever is that the idea is that it doesn't replace Levenshtein. And the idea is exactly what we need. Reduce all the candidates to a manageable size first. That means we tolerate false positives in order to do that. And are there any computer science students, even if it's 20 years ago? You sound familiar. So if you've ever stumbled across a Bloom filter, it's the same idea. It's not a Bloom filter, but it's the same idea, like tolerating false positives in order to quickly reduce all the candidates to a manageable size or set. And the cleverness here is, well, we are talking about typos. So what are the ways to make typos? Well, basically all the letters on your keyboard, or even more, right? Emojis and stuff. Basically, all the letters of your alphabet, which in computer science is Unicode. And the cleverness of this algorithm is, well, what if we just said, our alphabet now consists only of 4 letters. So not 26 or even more, not 1,000, just 4 letters. If there are only 4 letters in our alphabet, then there are not as many possibilities to make typos, right? So the Levenshtein operations, there are 4 Levenshtein operations. Match, replace, insert, and delete. Basically, either you picked the right letter, it was a match, or it was the wrong letter, which means it could have been any of the other 3, because our alphabet only has 4 letters. Then you could have added 1 letter too many. Or you could have omitted one which you should have put in. That's the worst case, because then it can be any of the letters, and that's, in that case, just 4. So you don't have to get all of this. It just means that for every letter that you type, there is only a maximum of 9 possible paths. So basically, either you hit the right letter or 8 wrong ways. So it's a really reduced set of possible outcomes to make a typo at any letter, right, of your word. Now, how do you reduce that, or how do you get to a letter of 4? Well, our alphabet in computer science is Unicode, and the formula is pretty straightforward. You take the Unicode code point and you do that modulo 4 and +1 just so that you don't end up having a 0. But basically, the small lowercase h is normally the 104th letter of our alphabet, and that just becomes our first one now. And the lowercase a would be position 97, so it becomes the second letter. And this lowercase d now also maps to our first. So it's effectively lowercase h and lowercase d are the same letters. Obviously, if we combine a huge alphabet to just 4, then there are going to be collisions, hence there are going to be false positives. But what you can do with this algorithm is you take a word, when you index it, you calculate, so for Grindelwald, you calculate all the possible, the state with G, R, E, and so on, and you end up with a number, which is called state. And you can just put that in your database alongside, the length that we've discussed before. And so Grindelwald now has a state of 5 million whatnot, and all the other ones, obviously, the shorter the term, the lower the state. And you get a number. And now, on the query side, when you query, you take the query from your user, so in that case, it's the typo, the Grindelwald, and you start checking, either you take the entire, or there's another smart optimization. If we are tolerating false positives anyway, you can also just take, for example, only the first 7 letters, because that will be calculated faster, and we tolerate false positives anyway. And you calculate, okay, what are the possible states for those 4 Levenshtein operations, which we've seen at every single letter, there can only be 9 possibilities. And that can happen really fast. It's just CPU-bound work. It happens really, really fast. And then in that case, we end up having 2 states. So one is probably a random false positive, and the other one is our Grindelwald, right? And that is super fast. So what you then end up doing in your query is, well, we apply our basic optimization. So it still has to be all the terms between 9 and 13. Then the state has to be one of what we've calculated with the algorithm. That I recommend you read the paper if you want to dive into that and maybe hurt yourself along the way like I did. And then only on this very reduced set, which just to recall is it contains false positives because of the collisions of the letters. And then we filter with our function that we wrote ourselves, right? Which in our example is very simple. It's just a Levenshtein algorithm. And this makes searching typo tolerant really, really fast. So what does that mean? So performance-wise, Loop, I allowed to not only copy the DX or from MileSearch, but also the test files. It's open source, so I'm allowed to. There's a movies JSON contains 32,000 movies with title and teaser. That ends up being about 75,000 terms, so that we would have had to compare with our in-memory loop Levenshtein function. And the database gets to about 230 megabytes. There's a lot of stuff you can do to optimize that, but disk space is basically pretty cheap, so it doesn't really matter. And if you want to search for Anakin Skywalker, just to show that it works with a typo on the beginning of the last name, including relevance calculation, which is also done with a custom function, and facets, so statistics about the search result, happens in about 30 milliseconds and uses about 10 megabytes of RAM. And thanks to AI and stuff that we can, it's really complex to write those queries. And I did it all by myself before using AI, but now AI can help with query optimization a bit. So we have been working hard, actually yesterday when I sat in a train, to maybe push that below 20 milliseconds. And that was, well, more than I actually expected. So I was really happy with that. When I set out to write this, I said, well, anything below half a second is probably good enough for my use case, but now it's really fast. And you can build cool stuff. As I was introduced, I'm a part of Contao core team, and we've implemented that in the backend search. And so you can basically type Conato instead of Contao, which is done very often by our customers. And you can build stuff like this, which is really cool. That's a query how it could look like. That actually gets forwarded to SQLite. In the meantime, it's become a bit more complex even than that. But the good stuff is you don't have to write it because it's all there. Loop can do a lot more. It's not just Levenstein. It's actually Damrau Levenstein or Damrau. I have no clue how to pronounce that. So this example is actually just one typo and not two, because it's just a transposition. So it counts as one error and not two, because human beings tend to, swap letters very often. It can do highlighting, phrase search. So if you put it in quotation marks and search for Neos conference, then it will find. That's why we store the position in the attribute. It will find that. You can do excluding queries. It does stemming. So basically, cats and cat is the same. So it's like the word stem. That's one of the algorithms that you can use. Or Loop uses out of the box. You don't have to do anything. It uses n-grams for tokenization, which is another talk all by itself. Relevance calculation based on a number of factors, distance, exactness, and so on. And as I said, facets that you've seen on the screenshot before on the left side, like which categories does this search, this match belong to, for example. And that's really cool. And then the future, it's still a 0.13, I think. And I want to work towards first version, first stable version. I mean, it's stable. It's been used in production on many systems, but I just didn't tag it yet. Loop is a prefix search, like many other search engines, which is a bit of a problem, especially in German, but also in English, because if you search, for example, for brush, it won't find toothbrush. So you have to split tooth or toothbrush into tooth and brush, because it's a compound word. And as you know, in German, we have basically German consists only of those words. And decomposition is really, really hard, especially in German. I've started working on that, but this very famous example, which really exists. And the problem is in PHP, there's no such thing. As I've said, it's all there in Python, but in PHP, we have to start from scratch. And I started working on that, so I'm sure that this year I will be able to finish this work, so we can also support searching for suffixes, if they are standalone words. So I will provide you with a few links if you want to. It's basically all open source. You can just install it and use it. It's on loop-php, because Loop was occupied /loop. And then if you want to build it, I suggest, or if you want to build your own search engine, I suggest checking out the Content Management System Interoperability Group, /search, that's called SEAL. It's also another project, SEAL, Search Engine Abstraction Layer, the same as Doctrine DBAL. The same idea, basically you can tie your app, you could tie Neos to the Search Engine Abstraction Layer, and then you can configure any of the supported adapters, one of them being Loop, which means everybody can start out using Loop locally. You can just run it everywhere. You don't have to worry about, privacy or whatever. You can get up very quickly, and then you can change later on if you need, for example, AI integration with embeddings and stuff, and you can switch to Milosearch or Elasticsearch, and there's a whole bunch of adapters that you can use. And if that helped you, then of course you are also very welcome to sponsor my work. Yeah, those are my contact details. If you want me to help you integrate search in your apps, then feel free to get in touch. And other than that, have fun searching.
Thank you so much, Yannick. There's only one host. I lost the other host to Vital Neos Award Prep. But I promised that I would be able to do this. You're going to need to help me because I need free hands for all of the questions.
Oh, so many. Okay,
3.
Thank you so much. Wow.
3.
3, okay.
First question. Is the SQLite function, once registered with SQLite create function, executed in SQLite like stored functions in other RDBMS, or is it executed in PHP?
It's, I guess it's a bit of a ping pong between PHP and, but it's SQLite it runs embedded, so I wouldn't exactly know how much ping pong there happens, but we will have to check together. So whoever asked that question,
Florian did. Florian did. It's one of the very few questions that aren't anonymous.
Okay, good. So we'll check that after the talk.
Okay, so next question. When you use just the first part of the search term and calculate the index state and use it for the query, is it then not different from the state of the whole search term? So
well, yes, it would be, but you have to, the length that you define, you have to configure it once. So if you configure the length of 7, let's say, it has to be done on the indexing side, obviously, as well as on the query side. So it's basically as if the word were only 7 letters long. But yes, of course, they have to match, otherwise the state will be different. Very smart remark, yes.
We have a very smart audience.
Yeah, I can tell.
Last question. That starts with another question, so this might be a repeat offender.
Okay.
As you have a table with all term words, couldn't you also offer an endpoint for autocompletion as you have all single possible words?
Yeah, technically you could. But again, if you want to support typo tolerance, I don't know how easy that would be to do. But in theory, yeah. So we could try. So it's an open source project. Try and contribute. That would be fun. Yeah.
Throw the challenge right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I don't think any more questions came in. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause.
Thank you. Also for the present.
And as usual, don't forget to rate the talk. Thank you so much. And we will see you here in about 15 minutes again. Thank you.
wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
I could stay forever here in the moonlight, 'cause this feels just right. Oh, you know you got me, and we can watch the sunrise and welcome a new day. Oh, if you just stay here, you know you got me. This is the start of something beautiful. And this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. This is like a movie, the whole world can watch us. They'll be in awe of just how much you got me. There might be some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, it can try, but it will never stop me. This is the start of something beautiful. And this is the start of something you should know. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Whoa. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Tell you it's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Whatever you need, make your enter my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all
Thank you, Jan and Klaus.
I absolutely hate reducing our next speaker to her gender, but I absolutely love that there's a woman on this stage. I know we've already yes, there we go. Ladies, consider this your friendly reminder. There's a call for papers coming at some point. Don't leave me up here alone. That being said,
don't forget to ask questions. And welcome, Laura.
Laura.
Thank you very much. So thank you, it's a pleasure to be here. This is my first time on stage and my third time on the NeosCon. And when I came here, people asked me like, oh, you're having a talk at this conference, right? It's the one about batteries, right? Yeah, quite, not correct. I want to talk about web accessibility, what it is, why it matters, and how to get it right. So let's dive right into it. So who's here for better? Oh, I just see. That's not really good. You can't read it right. So maybe I just changed the color. A bit better. But maybe I will make it a bit bigger. Oh, all right. So that's better. So you just see I've already built a barrier for you. So even though you might not think about accessibility, I see many people wearing glasses. And it also touches you. So let's dive into the motivation and why, what batteries have to do with it. So 3A is not just the label on your remote control batteries. It's also the conformance level of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. I will get to that back later in my talk. We want to go through what it really means on the web and what standards there are, and also the practical techniques that we can get as developers, but also as designers, and also the project leads to look what accessibility means and where to put it into your project. All right. So I have some means on this talk. Thank you. Accessibility, don't just do it because you're like forced to do it as a legal requirement, but also do it because there are many benefits from it. And just don't say, oh, I don't have no blind customers, or this is not my target group. It just doesn't belong only to the target group of people who have disabilities, but to a broader audience. So it's not only people with disabilities, it's also benefits if people are working, for example, in the sunlight, that you have the color contrast that you can still see and read things. Or for example, if people are watching videos while being in public transport and they don't use audio, then it's really helpful to have some captions. So if you think about accessibility already at the beginning of your project, it's much less effort than thinking about it after you started development. So what are the benefits? You can expand your target audience. You also get some SEO benefits and also better Google ranking, because accessibility is part of the evaluation, also enhanced reputation, and of course, legal compliance. First, I want to talk a bit of the terminology. We have, for an inclusive design, 3 main terms, which is usability, accessibility, and inclusion, which are more or less defined norms. So usability is defined by the effectiveness, which means, is the user able to reach their goal, and can they reach it quickly and with little effort, which is the efficiency? And are they satisfied by doing this? So do they have a good experience with it? Inclusion means that we want to design a diverse human range. So I think the picture describes this pretty good. So we don't want to have an integrated experience, which would mean that all the colored points are inside of the circle with the gray points, but they are all on their, like on the same spot somehow. But we want to be really diverse and mix all different kinds of points together, which is more diverse. Another point is the self-determination, which means that the people are can reach their goals with their own choices and are not depending on other people, for example. So when I want to fulfill a task, I don't depend on another person helping me, for example. I can do it on my own, and I can also make my own choices on doing it. And then the last one, which is this talk pretty much about, is the accessibility, which follows the POUR principle, which stands for perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust, which means can the user see the content or sense the content? Can the user navigate and interact with the content? Is it clear? And can I work with it with multiple technologies, for example, with screen readers? There are different types of disabilities as well. For groups, for main groups, the visual impairment, hearing impairment, cognitive disabilities, and physical disabilities. There are different kinds of them and different kinds of assistive technology that they can use. For example, screen readers that will read the screen for you if you can't read it by yourself, and stuff like that. There are also like simulations for disabilities where you can have like experience some of the disabilities, but be really careful by trying them. It's for building empathy, but it's not like that you can, it's just for your imagination that you can have a sense of how it would be, for example, to not see the content, but because we are not used to having not our full set of, I don't know, if I would close my eyes and try to interact with a website which is accessible, is not the same experience a blind customer would have. So never fully rely on that. We have barriers in everyday life. This is just an example. There are multiple barriers. If you just open your eyes for barriers, you see much of them. For example, on bus stops, if there's no audio announcement for changes or something, or the other way around, if there are audio announcements but it's nothing written down somewhere, this is also a barrier, because if I can't hear or if I can't see content, then I'm missing this information. This also applies, for example, for alarm systems. If there is only an audio signal and I can't hear, then I'm missing that information. But we also have barriers in the web context. The most common ones would be, for example, missing alternative texts on images. You can mark images as decorative if you leave an empty alt text, but if you have no alt text at all, then this is a barrier. Poor color contrast, missing labels on forms, for example, or missing language attributes for the screen readers. But I will also come back with some more examples later in my talk. People with disabilities use assistive technologies and tools. Some of them are, for example, braille or tactile graphics that they use, color adaptations where you can change colors and styles, for example, for red-green color blindness. You can adapt the text, so you can make text bigger or change the font at all. You can use Zoom on your screens. There are also image enhancement tools that change the way images are shown. And of course, screen readers, which are a big group where you have to keep an eye on when you develop for the web. So how does this work when I want to use a tool and want to access a website? More or less, each operating system has an accessibility API, and depending on the system and the browser combination, there are various protocols that are used. And on the web, the API that we use is the accessibility tree, which is the direct connection. The accessibility tree, more or less, what is this? It's a subset of the DOM. You all know the DOM. That is what the browser exposed to the user. And the accessibility tree is also exposed to assistive technologies, for example, like screen readers. So the user agents of a browser automatically derive this from the DOM. And we, as a developer, can, based on how we build the DOM, use that and also enrich it with ARIA attributes that I will also come back later. So we, as a developer, we need to enhance the DOM with the semantic states and roles and all the properties that we want to have in the accessibility tree. You can also see the accessibility tree, for example, in the Chrome DevTools. If you go to the Elements tab and then to accessibility, then you can see, when you click on a node, the role and the name and all the properties. I also have a picture of that from the Neos website. So here you can see do I have a pointer? No. The accessibility tab open, and I focus the button in the menu where we should use the Neos CMS. And there you can see that it's written there that it's a focusable element, that you cannot expand it, and also the area roles that the user agency are, you can see here. So you have a button element, which has the role button. And that's what we can enhance as developers. One great topic of the whole accessibility journey that we've had is focus management, and I want to dive a little bit into that. So this is often overlooked for developers because we usually don't tap through our website. We just click somewhere, we just put a button somewhere, and that's fine for us. And we usually don't look if we can tap, or if the tab order is correct for every element. So don't panic, it's not too hard. We can often rely on the stuff that the semantic HTML gives us. We have native elements like buttons, anchors, inputs, and select elements that do all the stuff that we want for the focus management. They receive the keyword focus. They have the events and stuff. Key rules for focus management are that you should never disable the focus style. Some people do that because they think it's look awful, but you can style the focus the way you want. But you should never remove, for example, the outline, but can provide a custom one. Non-interactive elements should not receive focus because you cannot interact with them. And for elements that you need to programmatically set focus, you can use the JavaScript focus function, for example, if a dialog or a modal opens. So this would be a challenge for you to try to navigate through your website just with your keyboard and try to reach every navigation point, for example, and open every menu. And try to find, try to fulfill all goals that you have. How do we, if we don't, or we can't use the native elements, we can also use the tab index attribute. I think you probably know that to make an element focusable, tab index 0 means that you put that element into the default tab order where it belongs in the DOM, based on the DOM position. And tab index with a negative value means that it's removed from the tab order. It can still be focused with the JavaScript function. And positive value, you just don't use a positive value because that mixes up the whole natural order and you will create a mess. So don't use positive values. I've never had a use case where this was useful. Yes. If you put a custom focus management on elements, you have to provide an accessible label. You have to provide the focus styling and the correct role, and also the on-click behavior. So much to keep an eye on. And the golden rule is, whenever possible, don't try to build a button by yourself. Just use the button that is there and use what it's built in, all the native HTML elements. And even only use custom focus management if you really need to. Just for the completion, the keyboard interactions that are commonly used are tab and shift tab for moving through the website and going back. The arrow keys to navigate through, for example, components like radio grooves or sliders, enter and spacebar for activating stuff, for example, links and buttons, and escape for dialogue, closing dialogues and exiting the context where you're currently at. There's also a full reference with all the keyboard techniques that are commonly used. Linked there. All right. First rule is, again, we want to use the semantic HTML as a foundation. So you should use structural elements like header, navigation, main, footer, and stuff. You should get a correct headline hierarchy. So you start with an H1. There should be only one H1 on your page, and then this is followed by an H2, and H2 is followed by an H3. You don't mix up the levels. You don't skip levels. Don't do that. They have a fixed hierarchy, and you should use that on your website. Yes, on tables, there are also many HTML attributes and properties that we probably don't use, but they are there. For example, the caption for the table is also an accessible label. For inline elements, we also have like the abbreviation tag. I guess it's not so often used, but it's an accessibility feature that you can write the abbreviation, what it means. For example, World Health Organization. Cite you can use for sources and references, and also the inline emphasis and strong HTML. This is not just for making an element bold or italic, but also to putting semantic on that. The language attribute, you can not only set this on the HTML tag, you can also put this on, for example, span elements to give screen readers the information. For example, if we have a German text and we have one English word in there, that this is an English word, because the screen reader wouldn't know if it reads the text to the user that there is an English word and this is pronounced English instead of German. So you can also do that. And if we need to enhance those foundations, we should use ARIA, which is the accessible rich internet applications by the World Wide Web Consortium, where we have roles, we have states, and we have different properties. There are some examples. More or less, you can look them all up. There's a whole documentation on it. It would be just too much to go through this here. So the first rule of ARIA is that you don't use it if you have a native element. So know the difference. You can use ARIA to enhance code, which is inaccessible, but please don't rewrite a button as a div element with ARIA. Yes, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are also standards and guidelines. So everything is standardized, and there are guidelines on different levels. For example, international, we have the WCAG by the World Wide Web Consortium, which is a guideline. On regional level, in Europe, we have the EN 301549 norm. Remember that one? And on the national level, in Germany, we have the BitV, which applies to the public sector. And yes, Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz, BFSG. Yes, and more or less the core standard is the WCAG, which comes in 2 versions. The newest is the 2.2, but more or less all the norms that we have correspond to the 2.1 edition. And it consists of the 4 principles of accessibility. We already had that: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. There are 13 guidelines that fulfill the 4 principles. And in these 13 guidelines are 78 success criteria. And for these success criteria, you have hundreds of recommended techniques on that, how to fulfill those criteria. And now you get the information why there is battery in the title of my presentation, because there are 3 conformance levels. A is the minimum, AA is the standard legal target, and 3A is the highest, the most reachable level that you can have. Here are the 13 guidelines. I just would mention 4 of them, which is the 1.3, the adaptable, which means that you have flexible content presentation. The 2.1, which is the keyboard accessibility, that you can navigate through a system or through a product. 2.2 is enough time, which means that you have adjustable time limits. And 2.4, which is navigable, which includes things like having skip links or headings that help you to navigate through your content. Yes, here are also some success criteria that fulfill those guidelines. The keyword, focus order, stuff like that. I will just. You also have a full reference there with the criteria overview as a cheat sheet linked there. The success criteria also apply to different conformance levels. So if you just need to fulfill the AA standard, then, for example, you don't have to fulfill the 2.2.6 timeout criteria. Mostly for legal compliance, you need to fulfill the WCAG 2.1 AA. What are the legal circumstances? I just mentioned them. It's the BitV, which is the German national standard that applies to the public sector, which is mostly AA success criteria, but also that you need an accessibility statement, mostly on websites in the footer section. Must also be available in, for example, plain language. And feedback mechanism is also required so that people or users have somewhere present on the website a button where they can report barriers if they find some on the website. Also, the legal stuff is linked there if you need to have a look on that. What affects even more websites is the Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz, which deadline was already last year in June, which also had mostly AA as a standard. And because of Germany being divided into different states, the state level is the one that can take action against you if you fail to comply those standards. Yes, but how do I know if I fail some standards or not? How can I evaluate this? There are some really helpful tools. I just want to name one of them that we use. Is the Wave evaluation tool. There is an extension for various browsers. There's also the accessibility insights for web, which is also a tool. This is really helpful if you want to also manually test something, because there is like a guide that guides you through manual tests that are not mechanically testable. You can also just use the browser dev tools with the accessibility panel. There you can also have some of the information. If you fail something, you can see it in the console. And of course, if you use Browser Stack, there's also an accessibility module. But all of these evaluation will mostly just test what the computer can test, but they don't check if a label, for example, is meaningful. They just check if there is any label. So how can we keep projects accessible? I brought an example of one of our biggest NEOS projects that we have, which is Cornelsen. And there we have an automatic Xcode test pipeline, which is powered by the Monocle extension by Zeitgeist. And what we do there is we have the Monocle templates, where we have example data, and that gives us some stable templates that we can use. And then we have an instance of Playwright that uses Xcore. Xcore is the tool that tests against accessibility. And we run those tests against the QA system for the Monocle templates, and then get back a report, which we then transform into an HTML report that we can click and look at and have an overview. And this runs daily as a cron job, so daily we get the evaluation, and if there are any failures, then we have also a hook into a Teams channel that will inform all developers, here, listen, we've just found an accessibility issue in one of your templates. And then somebody can have a look and fix this. Yes, I already said that this is not, if the pipeline is green doesn't mean we are accessible, it just means that we have no computer testable issues found. So I have a little demo here. So this is like the HTML output, where we have the Monocle template. This is with the example data. And here we have the report as a table overview, which says which tests we passed. There's also the information which level the tests belong to. It also says which checks couldn't be tested because they are not computer testable. Yes, and that's how we keep track on our templates. What else you can do even before you put some accessibility issues on your templates, you can check the accessibility concerns in the code review. So we have, for our project, foundations that we more or less use in every project, which is that we have a screen reader only CSS class, which we use if we want elements in the DOM to be proposed or to be put into the accessibility tree, but we don't want them to be visually perceivable, which is useful for the last box, for example, if you have buttons that have an icon, it's an icon button, you usually don't have a label on it. So you don't want a visual label on it, but you can provide a label for screen readers, because a screen reader wouldn't know that an icon, what it means. So we put this as a screen reader only label. And the second box, what we also have as a foundation in our project is that we have the styling of the headlines decoupled from their a headline level. So we have visual style levels as CSS classes. Other stuff that we do: check every interactive or focusable element, check the forms, check if we have images in the code, that they have the alternative text or be marked as presentational, check audio and video. If we add iframes, then we need to have a title attribute to that. The rest of the iframe, we can't really do something about it. And to keep an eye on the structure of the code. So if we have, speaking of the structure, if we have, for example, headlines, that no levels are skipped. Speaking of the headline hierarchy, one of the Condension project, we needed to rework the whole hierarchy of the headlines because they were all mixed up in their content elements because they were based on the just of the styling of the semantic levels. And the question was how we could reorder them, or how can we fix the headline level on all content elements without a complete rewrite or without editors going through every content element and having a select field where they can select which level this would be and think about, okay, but when I added a level on the section, a headline on a section, then this is another level and stuff like that. So we've built an automation to that, or a new component, which is really really good to build this in Neos because we have the tree structure. So for an element, we use Flow Query to collect all the ancestors and filter all the properties that have an attribute that we introduced, which is used for headline level, which you can set to true. And then we know which properties are actually used as a headline. We count all the properties in the parents, and then we have the def on that content element for the headlines, and then can map that to the correct level. So you would use that later as the semantic level and can set on the in the Fusion visual level of the headline. So we don't make any changes to the visual appearance, but we get the correct semantic level. The problem was what can we do with if we have siblings or if we have conditional rendering of headlines. Therefore, we introduced some more properties, which is ignore headline level props and ignored by headline level props, which is passive and active, where we can define if we need to ignore some other properties on that same node. So, for example, if we have a heading and we know this is a headline, but we also have on the same component on the same level a subheading, then we don't want that to be counted into the heading, and we can define it in the node that this one needs to be ignored. And this was extremely good to do in Neos because we have a tree structure there. We can also just extend the metadata in this option field, in this option block, in the node definition. And yeah, there was no need to have like a headline level dropdown for the editors to choose from. And this was really, really cool. The Fusion component looks like that we can define the style level, so the look on the headline. We can also define an offset if we need to, for example, if we have a fixed headline somewhere, then we can add an offset to that. And yeah, the property name for the headline level helper, which is the EEL helper, to look the property name up. So the Fusion component will use a headline level helper, EEL helper, which then bridges the gap between Fusion and PHP to collect all this stuff, all the ancestors, and filter all the properties on the node with the use for headline level property. Yes, and that's basically it. one thing that we additionally needed to do was writing a custom CK editor plugin, because users can also put inline content there. And we put like custom tag, which editors can use. So editors don't need to handle the headline level in inline text. They can just say, okay, this is a dynamic headline, and then this part will get evaluated by the same EEL helper than all the other stuff on the node. And that's how we solved the headline problem. How easy was that? And there was no need to go through all the components and define anything. We just needed to put the atom around our headlines and put the correct style level and logic to the ancestors. And that was basically it. So I will come to an end. Accessibility, keep in mind, it's a team effort. It's not the job of just one developer or the guy who do a QA cycle to say you need to keep an eye on accessibility. You can do this as a designer by keeping track on sufficient contrast, clear focus state, and have inclusive layers. As developers, that we implement the right, correct semantic HTML roles and keyword support. Project leads to allocate the correct time, and QA to also test stuff regarding accessibility. Yes, so last words, accessibility, it's not a feature, it's a requirement. It's like security, it's like performance. It should be part of your workflow, and if you do it right in the beginning, it's much less effort than putting it afterwards if you just surprisingly happen to be informed that you need to be accessible. So thank you very much. Now it's time for your question, and I'm very happy to hear them.
Thank you so much, Laura. It feels so rude. I'm not texting. I'm reading your questions because there is a few questions actually.
Oh, really?
But before we give you the questions, we give you the gift.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so this question came pretty early on in the talk, which I thought was very clever. They asked, how do you cope with semantic inline tags for user-created content within the CMS?
Pardon, for what?
How do you, for user-created content within the CMS, how do you make sure that the content elements that your editors put in are semantically clean?
Well, like, what do you mean, user input? You pretty much restrict what the user can input.
Does someone want to specify their question?
More or less, I don't know. If an editor can choose colors in something, or maybe images, maybe. More or less, it's also editors needs to be aware that there need to be alternative text and stuff for images. But you can also check, for example, in the editor backend, if they put an image and there is no alt text, that you can show a warning or something. So there are possibilities, but it really depends on the use case. So this is like a whole field where you can find solutions for.
But it's definitely something that you need to be aware of all the time, right?
Yes, more or less. But you can also have like the automatic tests to keep an eye on that.
And do you also use Google Lighthouse for testing? And if not, why?
You can do that, but it's not like the go-to tool, because this more or less, it's more or less giving you an idea of the ranking that Google has. But the other tools are better for also searching in an element for issues, for example, or getting, not like only the score for that. But you can do that. There are also other tools that you can use for accessibility testing. This is not like the common ones that we use. Yeah.
All right, and then somebody asks, for the icon button, Wouldn't an ARIA label also work instead of a custom class?
Yes, you can also do that, but I've heard that for screen readers, putting screen reader only labels, like the visual hidden labels, is a bit more accessible than ARIA labels, but you can do both. I think it's both fine. It's just more or less also a preference thing.
Now we have one last longer question, which is, doesn't a separation of style from semantic level of headlines result in differently structured content, depending on how users consume it, when we want consistency regardless of way of consumption?
Yes and no. Most designs are pretty strict on how a headline is visual on the, like, for example, section level. But you, in the design, you probably don't need, or on the website, you probably don't need a section headline everywhere. And just from practice, it's better to have this separated so you have more control over it. Does this make sense?
For me, yes.
For you, yes.
So more or less in an ideal world,
Okay. You asked the question? You did? That was the last part I was about to mention. You said, thanks for the talk, the smiley.
You mean that they choose the style level, or that they choose the semantic level?
Yes, that they should choose the semantic level, but they shouldn't be able to use the, like for me, the style level, because then they get all creative and they're like, I'm going to do this here, I'm going to do this there, and you don't have visually structured content that is clearly structured.
Yes, I think I get it. I think.
That sounds like an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I wanna listen in on that one. Okay. Unless anything fresh came in, thank you so much for your time and your knowledge and your wisdom. Thank you for being here. Another big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget to rate the talk with a AAA, of course, in the app. And next up here, Martin and Natalie. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
roll it up.
Thank you. Love to have you here. Are you doing still good? Yeah? Excited for the next talk up here. Now, I would like to welcome two lovely people from Zeitgeist from Hamburg. And they told me nobody else would be able to tell as much about this project than they do. So please welcome on stage Martin and Natalie.
Thank you.
So this is your stage. We are happy to have you. Have fun.
Thank you. And thank you for this warm introduction. I'm Natalie. It is my very first NeosCon. It is my very first talk on a stage. So you might assume I'm quite nervous. Thank you. But I'm also super happy to be standing here today together with Martin to talk about the brand hub we implemented for our client, DSR. So just a brief overview. I will start with a short introduction, give some details about the project itself and what we actually implemented, which was a headless design system. And Martin will then give you some more technical details. And that's where we dive right into. The client itself, who is it? Who is DSR? DSR is a multiple brand hotel operator. You might have heard some of the brands already, which is Aya. They focus on family and group tourism. Arosa and Louis Jacob, they have more like a luxurious accommodation style. Henry Hotels are boutique hotels in cities and in rural areas. And Urban Nature with more of a lifestyle focus for their rooms. So you might get already an idea that they have quite different positionings and quite different target groups. What they all have in common is that they offer more than just accommodation. So they also offer wellness areas, they offer gastronomy, like restaurants at their hotels, and events and congresses. So everything of that is happening on their website, and I'd like to make some teeny tiny time travel back in 2024, where DSR had 5 brands with 5 websites running on 5 systems. As I already mentioned, they have quite distinct target groups, hence distinct corporate identities. And when launching new features, new content elements, we already had quite different design approaches as we were discussing all these features with the marketing team, but also with the design department. And therefore, we had quite some individual technical implementation. We tried to find some common ground, but in the end, there was very little shared code. So we had a lot of duplicated or slightly different components, which led to a really high effort in design and development, so a lot of costs. And as time and costs were running into the duplicated components, we were also limited in the scalability of the website itself. So this made DSR and us question, how can we unify the system without losing the identity of all the brands? And the question, at least for us, was quite clear from the beginning. It must be like a headless design system. This wasn't only a technical challenge, it was also an organizational one for DSR. So we had many, many meetings with DSR and with different stakeholders, from management to the marketing department who organizes the website on the DSR side, to the design department to the editors. In general, there are 80 editors or more than 80 ones who actually work with the sites. So it was a lot of talking about bringing all the priorities together. What does every brand need? Where do we need standardization? Where does it make sense to have like a distinct design, for example? And key was to talk about that the meta design system will only help and not limit any brand identity. So in the end, there was a lot of talking to create trust in a headless design system. And this headline design system we then called the DSR Brand Hub, which is like having 4 ground pillars. One of them is consistency. So we have a consistent user experience and consistent accessibility on all the brand sites. We have individuality, so it is possible to have an individual corporate identity of the brand on the website. We work even more efficiently when it comes to costs and code. And we have a scalability, as it is quite easy now to add a new brand or new websites. So I'd like to have a look on the project itself and why it is really important to have like a holistic look on a website for a hotel operator. Why is it so important? A website for a hotel operator is so important because the revenue that is generated on a website itself is highly valuable because, for example, when you sell a lot of hotel rooms on third-party platforms like Booking.com, for example, you have to pay quite high commission fees. So one of the business goals of a website is generating revenue. Another one is promoting offers. So we might have early bird offers or last-minute offers to really reach a high occupancy level throughout the year in a hotel. And not to forget, a website is very often the very first touch point between a customer and the hotel itself. So with like most of the question answered a guest might have, you will reduce the support load in a call center, which also is a high cost driver for hotels. So when we look at the revenue that needs to be generated, we also need to have a look on how do hotels actually sell their rooms. And there are mainly 4 reasons. One is the location. You cannot really do anything about the location in a marketing department. What you can do something about is images. This is also very important in the Brand Hub, and Martin will talk about that in a few minutes a bit more, which leaves price. And when we're talking about prices, it's getting quite complex because prices are dynamic. When we look on prices in tourism, it is quite different to pricings in e-commerce, for example, because we don't only have inventory and demand that drive prices, we also have availability. So prices are constantly changing. You might find the same room on an early stage for like a cheap price, and later on the same room might be more expensive. You have these different offers I already mentioned for last minute and early bird, but also other offers for vacation, like holidays, like Christmas or Easter, for example, to really drive the target of the high occupancy. It is super demand driven. I mean, we're standing here in Karlsruhe Hotel today in a hotel, so probably the prices for this hotel also were changing for a conference, but think bigger, like big events, big conferences that do really make an impact. And there are also external factors like weather, for example, that also have an influence on the prices. So there are many, many ways to calculate a room rate, but there are also many ways to display a room rate on the website. And together with DSR, we really wanted to make sure that we have no fake prices on the website. So it was important that we generate a transparent booking experience with no misleading teaser prices whatsoever. And to reach that, we integrated an hourly price validation. So all prices on all offers are updated once an hour with the goal to have accurate prices, but also to generate trust. And when we're talking about hourly updated prices, we also need to talk about performance, because you have constantly changing data on the website. You have dozens of prices per page. In this example, we have a landing page for Arosa. I think in total there are more than 20 offers on the site. Imagine these offers being updated hourly. Imagine that there's not only one landing page on a website, but several, with several offers, and multiply that for 5 brands. I think you can get an idea of the performance we're dealing with here. So all these reasons were like additionally giving a reason to build this brand hub, to have an efficient development, to have a shared logic across all the brands, to really be able to reuse the components we built once, and to have a continuous optimization, to have cost and money and time for that. So I already mentioned the headless design system. How did we do it? We use Figma for this project, and in Figma we have we implemented a shared component architecture, so we can ensure there is a consistent user experience across all the brands with the same accessibility standards, with the same responsive behavior, and with still brand-specific styling. So on the left, you can see an example for buttons. We have it here for Arosa, Aya, Urban Nature, and for Henry. What is kind of special for this project is that the design department decided they wanted to have 3 dark backgrounds and 3 bright backgrounds, which was an accessibility challenge. But here you can see it's always the same component, but still it looks somehow differently. How does it actually work? We use tokens and token collections. You might know tokens already as well, but you also might know styles, which was the version of tokens before. It is quite similar. We defined 1 token set per brand, and in the end, these tokens control how the components look, not how they work. This is done in the front and back end, but with the key idea to have the same component, but just in a different look. And what really makes it special for us is the automation we implemented behind it. So we have an automated pipeline that enables us to export the design variables from Figma to the front end. So with just a few clicks, we have these more than 1,000 design tokens we have per brand implemented into the front end. So luckily, we don't have these manual translations, many of you might know, and also have no inconsistencies between Figma and the front end. So I think we can tick off the standardization, but what about the individualization, which was so important for DSR? So with these tokens, we can have differences in, I listed here some, colors, typography, spacing, image gaps, and so on. I think colors and typography is nothing really new. What is quite nice to use these tokens for are all these spacings and margin tokens. Because, for example, I will use the, I have it here. This black line for the Arosa design is one of the design characteristics we implemented. So the tokens for this line are available for all brands, but they only have characteristics and pixels and colors for Arosa, for example, and not for Henry and for Aya, the 2 examples you can see below. And for Henry and Arosa, Henry and Aya. These are the 2 brands you can see here. And Aya uses, for example, highlights in the headline. So these tokens are also available for all brands, but just used in Aya and Henry, for example. Additionally, DSR implemented some content guidelines they use for the editors, and we have, in some cases, automatic addressings because some brands use the formal addressing and others use the informal one on their website. So how does it look in the end? It's not just a white page. It is the examples for Aya, Arosa, Henry, Louis Jacob, and Urban Nature here. So in general, it is all the same code, but it just looks differently. And of course, it works for mobile as well. And with these many images, my part is over, and I will hand over to you, Martin.
Thank you. So DSR is an old customer, and it is quite a big project. Just Friday I checked. We have 38 packages in the customer namespace, together with 31 packages in the Zeitgeist namespace in this project. At the moment, it changes all the time. So we had to choose what details we tell you about, and we tried to pick two that we think are applicable to general Neos projects or general web projects. So first thing, Natalie also already mentioned, pricing is an issue, and not killing performance by rendering dozens of prices all over the place. And to really get why this is a problem, I want to show you where those prices come from. If you look to the right, you see a thing that's called a property management system. Each hotel has one, so there are 35 different property management systems, not all from the same vendor. And those systems know about every room. They know which room was left from the previous guest in a poor state, which room will be renovated next summer. And they know which guests will be in this room the next week, and they will know which guests will show up to breakfast tomorrow morning. The PMS does not care about prices, at least not regarding to selling. They will probably know what the customers paid that are in the hotel, but PMS is more about fulfillment. So it's not about selling the actual hotel. The actual prices are defined by the central reservation system, and this one talks to all the different PMS and will take the availabilities from the PMS and assign the rates. So it will also decide at which point which availabilities are put to the market. So some are sold early as early bird prices, some are late, and as last minute prices, and in between the system tries to optimize the amount of money it makes for the customer. The central reservation system also talks to third-party channels like the call center or even other platforms like Booking that take a share of the revenue, which is not that attractive to our customer. But the CRS is also what we talk to from the website. And we talk to it in a protocol called SOAP, which is a bit oldish, but that's not the bad part. The bad part is when you look into all those SOAP endpoints and you see what parameters they expect, that each parameter or each endpoint has a single parameter, which is a string and called XML. So it's an even older XML API wrapped into SOAP, documented in a PDF from 2010, last major revision 2013, with some annotations in 2021. Together with some XML examples, lots of emails, you get the point. It's a mess. But we still hear that it's one of the better APIs in tourism. So, okay. But how we deal with that? First rule, create an anti-corruption layer. So we created a package that has the sole purpose of talking to the CRS, dealing with the XML mess, and providing a sane PHP API internally, which is then used by other packages to run the booking engine and to render prices on the website and do many things. So how do those prices look? Natalie already showed. And when you see a number on one of the website, usually what is behind is that an editor chose to display a price, or you added an offer teaser, selected a hotel, chose from which time period the price shall be searched. He selects how many nights shall be searched, how many persons are in the room, and he can also specify whether a specific rate or a specific room shall be searched. And the cheapest offer from that whole period will then end up on the website. So this can be done with a single request, but for every number on the website, we do a SOAP request to the CRS to display a single digit with a euro, or a single number with a euro. You can imagine that does not work well if we do it on the fly. Still, we want to be up to date. So the first thing we did, we knew it would probably not work forever, but we started with classic caching, how one does in Flow. And first thing we have is a response cache. In our case, it is Flowpack full page cache. It could also be a varnish. Below that, there is a classic fusion cache where we have content elements and assign a cache period. We mentioned we wanted to be accurate to the hour, so that would be an hour, and cache tags to ensure content is flushed if editors do things. We had a third layer, which is a cache for the request to the reservation system, and this has the main purpose of deduplicating requests where the same price is fetched multiple times, because things like the cheapest price for 2 adults at 1 night is displayed in many places. So it does not make sense to fetch it every 5 minutes if we just requested it shortly ago. So that's the third layer. And we started with that. And that was some years ago when those websites were still separate systems. It worked in the beginning for a while, but back then we had much fewer hotels, and editors did not get used to the price display system already as much as they are today. So eventually we learned that by layering classic caches, you eventually run in a situation where all those layers are empty at once, and one unlucky customer has to wait until all those backend requests are processed. And you know how well PHP handles concurrency. So we had to improve on that. And first thing we tried to optimize that is, well, how about we try to be lazy? So before being smart, we try to be lazy. And we've seen things in other APIs that we liked and we would like to use to optimize the questions to the reservation system. First thing we've seen was the grace period that is known from Varnish, where the cache will still return an old result for a while and try to do the update in the backend while the user had the pretty much still good response very fast. So we liked that. And we had also seen a thing in Symfony caches where a cache does not have the API where you have a separate set and get function, but a single resolve function that takes a cache identifier and a closure that can generate the cache result, and the cache internally will decide whether the closure needs to be evaluated or not. And the third building block we liked was the shutdown function from the Flow lifecycle, or it's also in PHP. And we wanted to combine that to get the same behavior from Varnish, where during a grace period, stale results are returned and updates are performed in the backend. The result is a package called Sidecar Stalemate. And it takes a classic cache from classic Flow cache and offers an interface as a closure cache. It is still in use for secondary APIs today. So for fetching weather or ratings, we still use it. But eventually we learned that a shutdown function is a bit too much for 20 requests or 20 SOAP requests to external systems, and a shutdown function also are quite a bit hard to debug, because when the shutdown function is evaluated, the customer already has his response, so no one will see the errors. And if you try to do too much in such a function, it will eventually fail and come down to a synchronous evaluation in the end. And we are in the beginning, where one customer has to wait for all the backend requests to be processed. So that does not work, but it's still valuable in places, and it's an easy escalation from classic caches. But now we thought, how can we improve on that? And what we ended with is, yeah, maybe it's wrong if we think about this as caching. And what we tried in the next iteration is not be lazy, be industrious. And we implemented dedicated workers. To do that, we modeled the specification for which price shall be fetched as a PHP object. And other than representing a price specification, those models can only do one thing. They can generate a hash, which is also used as a cache tag for the rendered result. The price specification is then handed to a price service, which will get the information, and it will also put this specification on a schedule, so it will be updated once an hour afterwards from a worker, which will run once an hour, and it will flush the text whenever it detects that the price was actually changed. So it will not do anything if the price is the same as before. And the last component is a cleanup process, where we will ensure that prices that were not used for rendering for a while will eventually be removed from the schedule. So in the end, we have a fully cached front end. We have no cache timeouts at all. And we have no price fetching during rendering. But still, prices and availabilities are accurate to the hour, and we are sure about that. So I think that's an achievement. And that works until now. Maybe I can tell you more next year. Next thing I want to talk to you about is images. Natalie mentioned those are important for hotels as well. And one could say, yeah, well, Neos can do everything with images. We have also third-party packages for responsive images. What's to do here? Well, some things can be improved and need improvement. And first thing we did not like is that the alt and title attributes for images, which are important for accessibility, are stored in separate properties today. And one could say it's an inconvenience, but it also has serious drawbacks, because it is really hard to validate that if an image is selected, also alt and title are chosen, if the image is optional. So you could create a node type that has a required image, then you could also make the title and alt required. But if the image is optional, good luck. And also, it is quite weird if you have multiple images in a node type, then you also have multiple alt and title attributes, and it's quite easy to mess those up and assign the wrong one to the wrong image, or miss one at all in the integration. So still nothing one cannot deal with, but it's a thing that is easily messed up, and it's also hard to detect because it's invisible unless you check your accessibility. So easy to mess up, not ideal. We should do that better than that. But also, it's not the bad part. Bad part is image collections and what's wrong with them. Problem is, actually, we don't have collections. We only have asset collections. So that are not image collections. We can only select assets. We cannot crop them. We cannot assign metadata to assets. And basically, that's it. And also, it requires a lot of inspector space, at least in the way it is implemented now. So if we would like to have multiple asset collections in a node type, pretty much editors would have to do much scrolling in the inspector, so not much fun. How to improve that? Of course, we have an image, and we want to store it together with the alt and title data. And to go with the picture, put the cat in a box with a name tag, and transfer to PHP, it's called a value object. And for this image value objects, we created a specific editor, which looks the same as before, exactly. So, but this is stored in a single property with all three values, the image identifier, the alt and title tag, in one object. That allows us to create a validator to ensure that if an image is chosen, also alt and title are assigned. For collections, we did the same, so we can create collections. We have a specific editor for that. It allows cropping of single images. It allows us to enforce an aspect ratio for a collection. It allows to assign metadata for each images, and it allows us to require that metadata is assigned to each image. And also, it is much more compact, allowing us to store multiple image collections for a single node. Whew. All the thing, as we usually do, is published. It's called a package Zeitgeist Kaleidoscope value object, and as the namespace suggests, that may be a downside, it's built on Zeitgeist Kaleidoscope. So if you use Zeitgeist Kaleidoscope, you can just check it out. If you don't, you can use it as a template or implement a similar solution for whatever you use to render your images. It's open source, it supports NEOS 8 and 9, and yeah, it just works for us. What have we achieved? We have images, and we know they have the required metadata. We have image collections we use extensively. So for each hotel, we have image collections for the different season. So whenever we render a teaser for an offer that is in winter, we will put a hotel image from the winter beside it and not a sunny beach. We use it also for image collections for the different rooms, and we can use those collections to render teasers and pick images just from those pre-prepared collections, and editors don't have to select images for single price teasers. And also, the integration is much easier. We are passing around a single value. We take it from the node properties, pass it to the integration, so no need to deal with multiple properties, and we can have as many images in a node as we like and still be sure that the metadata is assigned. How many time do we have left? How much time? Wow. Oh.
Not that much, I think.
Okay. We have more details.
Oh, nice.
But I will be shorter with them. First, we have a full booking engine in the website. So it is a JavaScript application powered by JSON endpoints that allows to select the hotel, specify the travel period, which persons are traveling, select the room and the rate, and finally put in your customer data and check out to finalize the booking. So it's quite a big part, and we could talk for hours about that. There is Chatbot, another JavaScript application powered by JSON endpoints that has access to all the prices, weather, and hotel information from the website. So it pretty much has reading access to all the information the EBA has or the website has. It also knows about the content of the website, which we indexed into a vector store, and the whole chatbot is built on the OpenAI response and conversation APIs. And behind those JSON endpoints, or those two and many more JSON endpoints, is a solution we implemented to solve a problem we had with JSON REST endpoints in the past. Because when front-end and back-end communicate, it's all fine in the beginning, where you specify what data is to be sent back and forth. But if those interfaces evolve over time, you eventually end up in a situation where a value will be null that is not expected to be null by the other party. And It's especially bad in internal interfaces because while no one has time to actually document them and update the documentation, it is also true that the customer expects us to communicate between our teams or inside our teams and not mess up our own data. So we wanted to improve on that and make our life easier. And to do that, we generate open API specifications directly from our PHP code by using Reflection API. And so that way we have a specification that is 100% up to date, 100% complete and accurate. So it's not one of those OpenAI specs that are not worth the paper. So they are true. You can use them to generate clients from the TypeScript, which will talk to the to PHP, and eventually it allows us to have type-safe communication from backend to frontend, and a fully type-safe frontend that knows which data it can expect from the backend. The solution is published as well. It's called Zeitgeist Scheme on You. We presented it last year on the studio stage, but ever since we used it for pretty much any API we created. So it's one of the things you will find in every Zeitgeist project nowadays. So that's all from me.
And also from me. It's just a thank you slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I got presents for you. First things first. It was actually Marika and the team was eager to find the perfect, like,
Nice.
This is now the Zeitgeist section. It wasn't too hard to find that, obviously. This one's for you.
Nice, thank you.
This one's for you. And
thank you.
Thank you for that great talk. And thank you. And I want you to give a very special applause to Natalie for her first ever great talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did very well.
Thank you.
So we do have some questions. One question got answered during the talk, so we don't
Perfect.
have that one anymore. Was regarding prices. One question is, I like the Figma part a lot. How active is this integration in actual production? How often is it being used?
I think once a week.
Okay.
So
Probably.
quite regular.
Yeah.
So whenever we add features, and it's the website is in pretty much active development. We are always adjusting the EBA, so we always need new tokens, and so I think once a week we have to import the whole token sets.
We actually added 2 new brands in the last 2 months, I think, or 3. So it is quite a regular process, and therefore there are regular updates and even like for new features, example. So it is quite often that we do that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love it. And then we have a question. I guess it's Mark Henry, MH. I guess the soup does not provide a webhook when a price was changed, question mark. Otherwise, one could use that signal to flush a custom Fusion tag.
We would love to have an event stream, but we don't. I think that was not invented back then when SOAP was a thing.
Okay.
And XML before. So maybe in future, but we tried to ask nicely whether they have
Several
a more
times.
modern API, and they ever ignored the question.
Okay.
So we have no hopes there.
Well, great. Thank you. That was it. Thank you very, very much for that great talk. Have another round of applause. And you, please don't forget to rate the talk. Thank you.
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pulling leaves from the vine. Love me so or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
I could stay forever here in the moonlight, 'cause this feels just right. Oh, you know.
It's so fun to be joined with musicians, although it's a little bit difficult because we don't want to run into the last bit of the song, but then so we always like do a little dance up here waiting for the right moment to come up here. Everybody's eating ice cream. I am not because I'm afraid of ruining my pants.
Oh, well. And it's cold in here, actually.
I just know myself. We have one last talk on the central stage for today. And I think he's also a returning guest.
Oh, a long year. A well-known face, actually, in the community. You might have stumbled across some parts of his code still in Neos. So please welcome on stage now, Andreas Fördner.
Hello.
Don't forget to submit your questions.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Whoa, it's bright here. Yeah, nice to be back after some years, I'd say. And today I'd like to talk about a project we've done also for some years, especially 5 or 6 years already with Flow and Neos inside. Yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Andreas. I'm 40 years old. I'm partner at Netlogics in Nuremberg, a web agency there. And yeah, I've been doing Neos and Flow projects almost right from the beginning, I'd say. Just a short checkup. Who knows when this was? Robert, you are not allowed to answer. Yes, 2013, the Neos 1.0 release we had in Nuremberg was really great event. I'm still proud that I could be part of that. Yeah, so why am I here today? Basically because Sebastian asked me. And yeah, I'd like to show you or tell you what I did the last years. And yeah, for now, thanks for this little nostalgic moment. And now let's start with the talk. What is Verein 360? That's a project, as I said, and I have to tell you a little about the structure and where it comes from. It's a bit hard because I have to try to translate German things into English that don't exist in English, but let's try. In Germany, we have institutions called Vereine. You probably know that from the Neos Foundation, which is also a Verein. And especially sports clubs are usually Vereine in Germany. So when I say sports club in the talk, you can think of Vereine, if you know what it is. And those sports clubs are usually members of associations. These associations are somehow on the federal, state level. And these associations then build the connection to something that's national sports associations, the Olympic sports associations, and all this, and the connection to public institutions. And this is in the federal state of Bavaria, the BLSV, the Bayerische Landessportverband, and this is our customer. They started back in 2019 an initiative to help sports clubs to digitalize their processes, to help them with digital tools. And for this, they founded a 100% subsidiary that's called Tuesday Sport, that company, and their main objective is to develop, to create a platform that's called Verein 360. Now we're here. And this is, yeah, we are, as an agency, doing most of the development of the core system. And yeah, as you can imagine, we've come along quite some tasks and challenges, and I just want to talk a little about it. Some features that you get an impression what the platform is about. On this platform, sports clubs can import their members, they can manage their members. Members can create own profiles, can log in, manage their own members' data. And then there is a main purpose where it all came from. All the sports clubs have to report this information to the BLSV. And this is one digital process they wanted to make easier for the sports clubs, and this is where we all started, that the clubs could just push a button and report this information to their BLSV association. And then we add more features to this platform, something like an organization management to open up the platform for other organizations, for other associations as well. So the whole thing grows and grows and grows and gets bigger and bigger. And yeah, obviously, as it's somehow a public project or a public funded project, you also have public processes to get money. For example, if you ever wanted to build a sports hall on yourself, that's a good place to start and ask for money. Okay. In the first part, I'd like to show you some technical decisions or architecture decisions we did in the beginning or along the way that are, in the end, I'll tell you about which one were good, which one maybe not so good. And we had quite some lessons to learn along the way. Who knows this diagram? It's a pattern, so patterns are always from Martin Fowler. So this is Martin Fowler's bounded context pattern. This is one key decision we did at the very beginning, that we wanted to split up the whole system, the whole architecture in different parts, and decouple these logical parts from each other. So this is something, just a spoiler, turned out to be a pretty good thing. These contexts, in our case, could be something like the person management, person data management, or another thing is the context or the part which is responsible for the club structure or the memberships management. So this is how we separate the whole system in different parts. And these parts obviously have to be connected to each other. They might even have duplicate data. This is intended. So this is a different example from Martin Fowler, but it might be that you have a person in two contexts, the data stored, because each context needs it. And then there is connections between these data in these contexts so that you can figure out in the end which connects together how. This has been maybe the most fundamental architectural decision we did in the beginning. And as I already said, little spoiler, this has been one of the good ones. Another thing, now that you know of these bounded contexts, let's have a little closer look how we build up the platform by those contexts. We added something or distinguished them in contexts that are so-called global contexts, we call them, and we have local contexts. So this is global parts of the platforms and local parts. Why do we do this? Because we have something like tenants in place. So you have multiple tenants, and each tenant has a set of local contexts, of local platform parts, and then you have something like platform parts functionality that is needed by every tenant. Easiest example is the login. This is something every tenant needs. So this is in the part of the global backend context, and then you have local backend context. And one other good thing is that these tenants could have different sets of context. So it might be that we have a tenant for sports club that use billing engine for membership fees, and we could have another tenant that doesn't use this context, so we don't have to deploy it there, we don't have to run it there. On the front-end side, we have, I think, 4 or 5 different Angular apps, which are standalone Angular apps, and they are communicating with those backend contexts via JSON API. And thing is, if, for example, a user is in the club manager, he can talk to different tenants by switching from one tenant to another without switching the front-end app. So we just switch the API parts to the other tenant, the API URLs to the other tenant. So by this, we can add more tenants without changing the UI app or reloading the UI app. Okay, that's the overall application architecture, I'd say. There's one special context I'd like to point out a little, which is the SSO context. I already said it's responsible for doing the login and stuff. And this is a good example because it's built on Keycloak, that you don't have to implement every context yourself. So in this whole context pattern, there might be contexts that are ready to use software context that we just deploy within the system. And obviously, these software systems need a good API that we can integrate it into the whole
context or service landscape. But yeah, with Keycloak, that works pretty good. And there is another fundamental or central aspect about this SSO context, because having an IDM system or a single sign-on system is not only something good for the user, it's really needed to have those contexts communicate with each other. So we really have to see which information can flow from one context to the other. There needs to be access checks in between, and this is all controlled by this central SSO service. Okay, and then, obviously, like everyone, we have also event sourcing. I know you've been flooded a little bit about this topic in the last years, probably. Yeah, at least we use it for the contexts we develop on our own, obviously, so based on Flow. And what we have is that each of these contexts, each of these platform parts has its own event store. This is something good. This is something we didn't have in the beginning. I'll come to this later. What it brings us is that we actually have an implicit audit log for these contexts, so we really can see the history, what happens on the platform in the different parts. And another thing we really use quite often is that we have the possibility to add new data models based on these events, because new features arise, some data model doesn't fit anymore, so we can repopulate the events and create new data models and use them with new features. I won't get more into detail of event sourcing. If you like to ask Lars, he's sitting here. For the technical details, I always say ask Lars because he knows it much better than me. But I hope you get the idea what it brings us and why we did it. To complete the overview of the platform, what we are doing there, and before I come to the lessons learned or to what worked out good and what not, just some numbers, what the platform looks like currently. So we currently have about 12,000, around about 12,000 clubs on the platform. This ends up in about 8 million membership records. So a person is member of the soccer team in sports club XYZ. And we have about 30,000 users that actually manage their profiles on the platform. On the application part, I've talked a lot about those contexts or services or parts of the platform. We have 28. And we have in the event stores altogether around about 200 million events. That's quite a bit of data. And we have more than 20,000 tests. That's unit tests, functional tests, end-to-end tests for the platform, which is all something that helps us a lot to keep it stable and running. On the infrastructure part, we have more than 100 containers that build up all this stuff. If you want to know the details of what's in these containers, ask Lars. Yes, you learn a lot. You learn fast. We have, it's just some numbers to give you an idea. We have 346 gigahertz of CPUs allocated on the cluster that could be used by those contexts, and we have 8 terabytes of RAM that could be used. So there's quite some things happen, I'd say. Okay, so let's have a look at the challenges on the lessons learned. I hope you got a little of a picture what the platform is, what the project is about, and how the architecture looks like. If we go to the challenges or the main challenge we had, it's actually maybe not a technical one, but the challenge that we always, along the way, all the years, we had a completely moving target and not on the single little feature
part, but really on the strategic and the business model part of the whole platform. As I said in the beginning, we started with some administration processes we should digitalize, which was in fact a little web app to import membership data and to report it to the BLSV. Then they realized, hey, that's a cool platform or a cool idea. We have all the clubs on the platform. Let's provide them with features they can use to manage their own clubs, which is something completely different. And if we do that, we could sell this platform to the clubs, earn money, and take the revenue to cover the development costs. In the end, turned out this business plan was a little bit too ambitious because sports clubs don't have much money usually. So the political strategy behind the platform shifted again to open it up to other Vereine, to other clubs, to other associations, to really get more people on the platform. And this is why we, for example, I showed it in the beginning, why we started to add something like organization management. This is far beyond only sports clubs. You can imagine if we have these strategic changes, this adds up on the features level. So we came from this simple web app to report membership data. Then we had to support processes within sports clubs like fee management or so membership fees or member structure or team management and all this stuff. And there was not enough time to get these features ready when the strategy changed again. So we we tried to provide features for members, and in the end we came back to administration processes and to implement these tenants I've told you. This haven't been there from the very beginning. We just had to add them later on. Okay, so in the next part, I've collected some statements or what we expected from the technology decisions or from the architecture and how it turned out. Sometimes it's maybe more just initial hope we had, but let's see. As I already said, event sourcing brings an automatic audit log. That's kind of true, but you have to plan for it. Otherwise, there's always this action, this event you are searching for that's not in the stream because you didn't create those events. So if you want an audit log, you really have to plan for it and see what should be in there. Another thing, event replays are great if something went wrong and you want to recover from an inconsistent state. Or that's true in theory. In practice, what do you do if recovering from the event store takes 3 months? It's okay if you have time. So this never really worked for us in real life. It's just too slow for such big amounts of data. So that's a nice theory. We never use this. I know there are strategies to maybe overcome this, but they have other drawbacks and you have to implement them, and so we actually never use this part. But what we do is that I already said that a little, that we can create new projections in parallel. So we can set up new data models based on the event streams and then add new features in the code and switch those the code or the features to the new data models or the new projection. That works out pretty nicely because you can create these new projections asynchronously in the background. And they can run 3 months, it's okay. And we had them, not all of them 3 months, but a week or 2 or 3 quite often happens. 2 things about event sourcing or event stores. The event store is immutable. Yes, it is, until you do event migrations. We did that quite
quite often because, yeah, systems changes, processes changes, and the events don't fit to that what you want to do, and so you have to do event migrations. It's okay, it works. You can do them also in parallel, you can do them asynchronously in the background. That works pretty good. On the other hand, there's also something you can use them to clean things up a little. If we also have quite some event migrations that just delete all the events that are not used anymore, we would have some 100 million events more if we hadn't done that, and that would slow up everything even more. Okay, and then one last thing, I spoiled a little in the beginning. We started with a central event store to connect those application parts to each other, because like everyone, we also try to solve everything with event sourcing. That's the greatest concept to do everything, and why not connect those contexts via events? So if in one context happens an event, the other one could consume it and react on it and do things. That's a great API to connect those contexts to each other. Conclusion is, don't do it. Bad idea. You'll die in complexity completely. It's really hell. You completely kill the idea of decoupling those contexts, and there is always this one screw on the one side that makes something on the other side, and you will never get out of this. So use clear APIs between those parts and leave event sourcing out of this. That's really something we had to learn, and it took us quite a while to get it out of the system. Again, we are there finally, since 2 years, I think, or something. Okay. One thing, make it short, the clear architecture, the loose coupling with the bounded context is really something that works really, really good for us. That's something we, yeah, we had really, really good experience with. We could, by that, for example, distribute the applications even better. We could introduce this concept of new tenants. We could use it when updating, for example, do framework updates or do infrastructure updates. We started with classic LAMP stack deployments back then, and then we started to create containers, and we really could do it step by step with this architecture. That helps a lot, otherwise we wouldn't have been ready by anything. However, what happens is that we change the contexts and the scope of those contexts from time to time. So in the beginning, we started with very many little slow contexts. You could also say we had this microservice architecture in mind, somehow not exactly the same, but this just got too slow. This is also why I don't think that microservice architecture is a good thing if you take it from theory. But we really made them bigger in the end, and by this it works pretty nicely, that you really have relevant, bigger application parts in one context. Okay. Then one thing regarding deployments, in general, we have a staging system, we have a testing system, and we have a production system, and we have automatic deployments there. So one could say, if everything works in the QA systems, it's just a push of a button to bring it to life. That's true. But what happens if you have to do something with your data in this deployment process? So for example, you all know something like a database index, for example. It's pretty good to add database indexes if you provide new features, because otherwise it's probably slow on the other part. But what do you do if adding the index takes 5 days? and locks the database. That's pretty a problem. So yeah, you really have to keep in mind that it could happen, and it's really, really hard to predict how long these steps will take, because in QA on your system, it's fast. There's not much data. It's just like, yeah, add the index, it's okay. So this is really still a tough part. Another thing, oops, where are we? Yeah. Refactoring is a good thing to do. And before you do a new feature, you should do refactoring to not base the new feature on technical depths or things you wanted to change anyways for quite a while. But it's always a thing that we must not underestimate how long these refactorings might take. It's really in such a system and such a complexity, refactoring is really, really, really a big task sometimes for weeks or months. Yeah, and as I already said, on the other hand, these refactorings and these changes to technology can be done step by step in this architecture, which is good. Yeah. One thing, we really need to integrate ready-to-use services in the platform. We do it more and more. That's maybe not the mindset I also learned back then in the Neos and Flow times where I developed. There we always try to do it on our own. Well, that just doesn't work. You cannot do everything on your own and re-implement everything that's already there. So implementing things or integrating things that are already there is a good thing. There need to be good APIs, but yeah. On the other hand, if you want to integrate systems that are not just a piece of code that you pull into your repository and deploy it yourself, but you want to integrate software as a service systems that other teams deploy or run, then you have other challenges like they have to understand your APIs. You have to interact with them. You have to provide documentation how your platform works. This is something we're currently working on, that we really have to provide something like a developer documentation for externals, an API browser for externals, and hold these APIs stable, not just for us. This is really a new challenge that we have to tackle. One thing, we wouldn't have been able to build Find 360 without Neos and Flow. Well, honestly, probably we would have. But we definitely wouldn't have embraced those central concepts like bounded context or even event sourcing. So this is really something we took from this community, and yeah, which is a good thing. Another thing, I've talked a lot about framework and flow because most of the parts is really an application and it's not Neos. However, there is one statement on the Neos website, and it's content and application combined. And that's also true for Find 360. So we have some parts where we need editing, where we need to create content, but we turn the concepts a bit upside down. So we have a big application, we have a big platform, and we put Neos as a component, as an editing component in this platform, not the other way around. So for example, we use it for dashboards or editing announcements for the users. And that works pretty nicely. Okay. From a team perspective, we're having dailies and plannings with the customer, with the whole team, with the development team, which is a good thing. But we had to learn a bit how to handle these meetings because the technical deep dives we usually or used to have in those meetings sometimes had to really be kept out of these meetings because you just confuse your customer, you confuse the non-developers in the team in the meetings. So this is something we really had to change because otherwise you just end up in uncertainty, or especially the customer gets completely confused. Okay, this is also an interesting thing I wouldn't have expected in the beginning of the project, that we had to, we really have to care for how we communicate in this meeting, that this has such a big impact. Okay, and one last thing I'd like to talk about, because I didn't talk about AI yet. Everyone has to talk about AI. Now, in general, we're also evaluating AI concepts. I almost can second what Robert told this morning in the keynote. We're experimenting with integrating AI mates to the team. See what AI agents can do for us. We're experimented with the GitHub Copilot, JetBrains AI, and finally, like everyone, probably ended up with Cloud Code. For now, this is probably nothing new, but there are two main experiences we can say for now. From the very first weeks and months, we try this stuff out. The tests we have in the project, those 20,000 plus tests, really help a lot because they add context for the AI. This is something that really improves quality for AI agents, or for the results of those AI agents. And the other thing is, if you could have solved the problem yourself as a developer, it's probably a good idea, and you're probably pretty efficient to do it with an AI agent. If you couldn't have solved it yourself, you're probably lost as the same as you've been before. And the only thing you do is you add up and burn AI credits on top. So this is the experience, or the point where we currently are, and we'll see where it goes, obviously, like everyone else also does. Okay, so what can I say about this project, or how concludes all this? I'd say stay flexible. Yeah, I mean, not only in this project and the AI stuff, but it's really, it changes everything, and it even might change the whole strategy or the whole architecture. And yeah, if we stay that flexible and we could tackle it, and good architectural decisions help, but if they are the wrong ones, you still have to change it and have to stay flexible and change things anyways. So that's basically my overview, my talk. So thank you very much. Thanks for listening. And just one thing, by the way, because the whole team is sitting here in the second row, so thank you very much for doing this project, because you're developing it, not me. I'm just talking about it. It's really a great and a challenging project. Thanks very much. And if you really are interested more into the technical details, ask Lars or one of these guys here.
I do have two things for you.
Yes.
One question and one present. You get to choose. What do you want first?
First the question.
Okay. So someone asked anonymously, do you use a dedicated event store, or is it based on a relational database?
It's a relational database, and we're probably the only team in the world using the original event sourcing package. No, two. Sorry, Robert. Besides Robert, we're the only ones using this original package, and obviously it's not the same as it has been back then, but yeah, we adopted it pretty early, I'd say. Yeah.
Now you deserve a gift.
Thank you.
You so much.
Thank
Big
you.
round of applause.
Okay.
All right. Don't forget to rate the talk. And now I'm hijacking the conference because you're all here and I have a microphone. Because there is something that I wanted to talk to you about briefly. I know you're all buzzing to get to the NEOS Award. I'll try to make it quick, but there's a lot of names. Because sometimes in the hustle of the things, milestones get missed and we forget to celebrate things. And there is actually one thing that we get to celebrate, and there is so many people involved that I'm going to try to list, but you know what they say about words and how many pictures and how many words they say. So I'm just gonna play this because our new rebrand has actually hit the website for real, for real. 3 years ago at the con in Berlin, a bunch of crazy people started having ideas, and then, or 4 years ago even, then 2 years ago at the con, I presented the results of the rebrand, but a rebrand in Figma is pretty pictures, and then the actual hard work began where priorities were moved around and people put in so much work. So this is our moment to say thank you to all of the people that were involved. I get to say thank you to a few people on my team who actually created the design back then, and all of the people that came to Zurich for the rebranding sprint. John came, a few of our co-workers from Mince Media came, Markus came, Mark Henry came. It was a very international sprint because we even had our friends from Poland from 180 Heartbeats coming. Robert was there. I really hope I'm not forgetting anyone. It's been such a long time. And the remarkable thing about this launch was that it was a very soft relaunch. It was very soft. Something that none of our clients usually are brave enough to do, because for a bit there, the website looked a little wild, somewhere between the old design and the new design. But we actually managed to pull it off one element at a time, and it was a huge community effort, especially from the Marketing Guild, who drove this project forward like crazy. So Sepp Häsle, Marika, and Philip, who are somewhere out here. Can you make a sound? And that was the Marketing Guild, but there was people that showed up, that have been showing up every Wednesday at 2:30 for our Rebrand Weekly. There's Katrin Kamprad from Mindscreen, who's at home right now. We're so sad that she's not here. There's Yasmin, who can hand-stitch amazing dog bandanas, but she can also program apps, and she also implemented the beautiful font on the website and so many other parts that I can't even list them. Robert and Michael from Sandstorm stepped in and helped, and there was so much movement and momentum on this thing that we actually, the new design has been in the slides here and on the shirts and in all of the places for a while now, but now it's actually on the website in time for the con, which was such a community effort and such a good job. So I wanted to not let that be unspoken, and thank you for letting me hijack you. I'm going to stop talking now because I think we have a tiny little musical intermission while there's some movement, and then we have the awards. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, not only the couches are back, but also is David Spiola, straight from Vienna.
Hello.
Welcome, David. Welcome, everyone, to the NEOS Award 2026 in Karlsruhe. Well, we're happy to have you all here, and we are very excited. I am actually, because I was not involved in anything up to now.
For the first time in a long time, actually.
And that's quite right. So, over to you, David. But before that, are you ready for the award? Are you?
Yeah, it's good to be back. Full room, very good. I'm very excited to present the nominees today together with Stefan. But before we go into that, a few updates as usually. So the first one is, as many of you probably already noticed, we have a new format that's linked to the NEOS Award, that's NEOS in Action. This is actually a win-win situation, if you so will. It gives the nominees the possibility to show their project by themselves, and it also good for the award so the audience knows what to expect. Of course, this is just for the nomination. This doesn't guarantee that you get an award, but it's a nice format, and I think we will keep it in the upcoming years. Yeah. Secondly, the NEOS jury is sourced by people, if you so will. So every year we are looking for new participants in the jury. I can tell you it's a lot of fun. It's also very insightful to see all those projects and see what people really do and build with NEOS. And yeah, we also need you. So if you ever have the feeling to be part of a jury, go ahead and please approach me. Yeah, next on the list is the award survey. So after the award, a few weeks probably, we will prepare a survey to figure out how to steer the award forward. There are a few things. As jury, we did the same for a very long time, and we are basically looking for your feedback. So please stay tuned and be prepared, and please participate in the survey. Yeah, like every year, it's also quite insightful to see where the industry or where NEOS is going. This year, there was a very strong focus on site builders. We had years, you know, with public websites or with marketing websites. This year, it was clearly that site building is a thing that is something the community is focusing about. And yeah, very excited about that as well. Yeah, last but not least, Award NEOS.io might at some point now, when the new NEOS.io website is online, will disappear. But for now, at Award NEOS.io, you can basically get the latest updates. This is also where you can submit your project, and you get some basic information how the jury works, and of course a form to submit for the jury.
And an award would be nothing without a jury. So you had a great jury this year, as every year, but I like the composition, as I would say. So it was Nicole Schneider, David Sporer, Nadja Nepp, Philipp Ellig, and David. Give a huge round of applause. Actually, it's always like a lot of work in citing the projects and evaluating them and finding the right criteria and everything. So how was the jury this year? How did you like it?
It's like every year. It's really fun, you know. There is this motto, whatever happens in the jury stays in the jury. So I will not tell you everything right now. For that, you have to participate in the jury to know. Okay, yeah, so let's go to the first category of the evening, and that's the Dedication Award. And we will go straight in and present the 6 nominees.
Those are this evening's nominees for the Dedication Awards. Give them an applause.
Okay, so
who
wants to know the first one?
Ready.
Ready, set, and go. Welcome on stage.
We have an award, we have a trophy. We don't have a participant on stage, so maybe somebody can take it afterwards, or we're gonna send it. But just to tell a few words, 7Site reimagines Neos as a website as a service platform. Faster to launch, easier to run, and affordable enough to bring Neos to a whole new audience. The jury saw exactly that, a project that lowers the barrier to Neos and strengthens our whole community for true dedication to making Neos accessible to everyone. Congratulations. Kaufmann.
Congratulations, yes. So let's put this right over here. Maybe this is...
So the award may sit there. Could have put it on the couch as well.
On the couch, yes.
No, it's
good.
just fine.
They are so heavy. That's why we have the couch, actually, for the awards, not the people. Okay, so let's go. Let's continue with the next one. Please welcome on stage. All right, so let's. Do you want to sit on the couch or just the award? You can decide, actually. But before that, a brief statement from the jury. For years, Cornesen has been one of the most ambitious Neos projects in education. Tens of thousands of products, all managed in Neos. For its 80th anniversary, the team brought the platform to life with a fully editable, interactive 3D sphere. Built right inside Neos. The jury honors just not this, but the years of consistent dedication behind the whole platform. Congratulations.
Well done.
So,
love it. So, we have a question.
Yes. Yeah, we have one question for you. So 27,000 products and thousands of pages. What does running Neos at scale actually mean over a long period of time, especially for upgrading? I mean, it's around for a while.
Yeah, I think it's still fun. if you have the right developers in place. I think we have moved from different generations of team members in the so-called Nepal team, which is our stack. And actually we have 2 internal developers and the 3 and 5 guys, and that it's adaptable over the different generations in that Größenordnung, I don't know the word. Yeah, that's fantastic, and it's still fun.
So in short terms, upgrading is a breeze.
Well, we are a little bit afraid of going to NEOS 9, but we're preparing.
Yeah, okay, that's a big jump, but you will manage. Okay, one more applause, please. Thank you very much. Do you want to stay here or want to go back? Yeah, take a seat. All right, I give you this. Okay, so we will move on to the next winner of the evening.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
ISNI Stadtmarketing, Format D. ISNI is actually on my way home, so I always pass by. I know where it is. It's in a famous Allgäu region. So just a few words about that. Waze shows what NEOS can be beyond a website. A headless, offline-capable guide that turns physical spaces into digital experiences, from city streets to museums, and even helps people navigate a building they've never set foot in. The jury loved how it expands the very idea of NEOS, from a CMS into a universal content platform. Congratulations, Format D. And I also have one question for you. So Waze uses NEOS purely as a headless content API behind a Vue app. What made NEOS the right backend for something so far from a classic website?
I think it's the content editing experience. Yeah, I think this is the main focus for that.
Cool.
It's a good one, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you. So get another round of applause.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Yeah, have a seat.
And stay around for a while.
There you go. It's yours. Okay, so this was the first category of the evening. Now we will. Can you hold it for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Now we will go on with the Community Award. And the Community Award is something that we introduced last year. And it's basically about from the community for the community. So I would like to, since I wasn't here last year, I would like to grab the opportunity to explain it a little bit better to all of you, because you're playing a vital role in it. So everybody in the community can be nominated by the community. It's a form on awardneos.io where you anonymously can basically pitch us a person who you think is award-worthy, who doesn't have a big project or is in the spotlight all the time, and deserves to be in the spotlight for a brief moment and also deserves an award. It's all about honoring outstanding commitment and long-going outstanding commitment to the NEOS community beyond a single project. Yeah, as I already said, anyone can be nominated, and it's anonymous, so don't be afraid, just do it. Okay, so who will get this award this year? Last year it was Mark Henry. Yeah, so the person that was getting nominated is actually around for a very, very long time. It actually goes all the way back when Neos was born, 9 years ago, I don't know, actually. This person was actually involved in almost every conference since ever, and participated on stage, off stage, was a helping hand, and was always around. It also helped out a lot in the association in the last few years, what is also a very vital role that is not tied at all to any kind of project. This person loves putting on a very good show, and for the good of all of us. And usually this person is the first one that arrives at the conference and leaves the last at the conference. This person seems to never give up and always finds a solution for a problem. So, who could that be? Before we go into that, I need your help. So I think we need a very good applause for this one. So I would, no, not yet. So I think we should, put up the volume slowly. So we will start very shy, a little bit clapping, yeah, very gentle clapping. And after that, when the tension goes up, we rise, yes, all the way up, yeah, woo! Okay. Okay, this is exactly what we need right now, because this person is not just one person, it's 13 persons, and it's the entire team of Sandstorm Media. So please come on stage. Yeah, so what to say? I think there is not much to say. I also thought about questions, but there was just one that came up in my mind was, are you guys keep doing it? Yes! Woo! Yeah, thank you very much for doing this for all of those years, in every possible role you can imagine. You guys are everywhere. You are awesome. Thank you very much. So please go back what you have been doing, because there's not enough space here on stage. So.
And we wouldn't have any conference if those guys.
Yes, we would fall apart actually. Where's my clicker? Here it is. Okay, wow, very good. I really like it. Okay, next is the highlight of the evening. That's the NEOS Award, the most precious award of tonight. And again, we will introduce the nominees to you. All right, 6 projects are nominated. Not nominated. What is the
Oh,
word?
they are.
Nominated, yes, sorry. Okay, so I think we will straight go to the first one, or?
Well, I think I haven't seen it until like this afternoon, few hours ago, and I really liked this choice of projects, and I had a quick look into these, and I really like them. And I myself are very excited on who is going to get the Bronze Award. And are you as well? Yeah.
Okay, well.
So let's go.
Let's roll it. Okay, so one install, 30 websites, 13 languages. A true enterprise achievement for a 150-year-old global group company, with the roles and governance and translation workflows to match. The jury valued an approach to multi-language content and language handling as a win for the whole community. Congratulations, Contenance and Network P.
Thank you. Thank you.
Applause. So, of course, we have a question as well. So, around 60 roles and a very fine granular permission system. What did it take to map 150 years of an old global company to structure into Neos?
It took a lot of conception. We did a very good conception in the beginning phase, a lot of discussions with the client to finalize everything they needed. And then we started building everything with Neos. It went pretty smooth, actually. And they love it now, so the client loves it. And I think that was it.
And for more, you have to be tomorrow at 11th on the studio stage.
That's a good teaser. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations.
And would you want to have a seat?
Take a seat.
Well, bronze, then silver. So we are going to get to the Silver Award of 2026. I like your animation here that you built. That's actually pretty cool.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of huge bass, but...
So let's go ahead. You have it. Bundesamt für Gesundheit, BAG, Jungformat Tech. Very well done. Few words. That's a project with real public impact. The Swiss Federal Vaccination Hub, built on Neos. Soon in 6 language variants, including easy language. With engineering, the jury hadn't seen in Neos before, and 2 packages contributed straight back to the community. Accessible, innovative, and genuinely important. Congratulations, Jungformat Tech. I have a question for you, for either of you. Michael? Oh, you get, yeah. Like,
you held the talk, so you can.
Sure.
So the question is, you solved a few long-standing NEOS limitations here. Selective mixins, server-side PDF without an HTTP request. Were those built for this project, or were those things you'd like always wanted or fixed for a long time?
I think I'm going to focus on the selective mixins part of the story because that's something that we've actually been working on for a while, and that has been open sourced for a while, but it's just gotten a lot better with this project. And I think what we try to achieve is, like, if we solve something, we try to open source it. That's kind of how we roll. And so it was made better for this project, but in turn, we made it better for everyone. And selective mixin solves the issue with having repeatable properties and repeatable property rendering for Fusion prototypes. It's very helpful. You should check it out. It's on GitHub.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
to
you.
both of you.
Thank you very much.
So if one would want to stay, we have one slot left here.
Yeah.
So if either of you would want to stay on the couch.
Or you can also stand behind the couch, of course, no problem. But
yeah, you may sit down.
I think he wants you to sit down. All right, so there is only one award left, the Gold Award. And I would say, without further ado...
Let's head straight into it. Let's head straight into it.
Yeah. It's a very, very nice project. The jury really loved it. And let's see who it is. To the middle. Okay, so the Gold Award. The jury's clear favorite. The DSR Brand Hub runs 5 hotel brands and 34 websites in a single NEOS codebase with a Figma to code design pipeline that impressed every single juror, and 4 packages they shared with the community. It proved NEOS is ready to be for big. It proves NEOS isn't just ready for big brands, it makes enterprise feel effortless. Congratulations. So, the questions. Yeah, so the one thing we always came back to in the jury was, how did you solve this Sigma thingy? And does it break often?
No, we import pretty much once a week or during parallel to development and design, and the front-end components are pretty much developed in parallel. So we just update the tokens once a week or whenever necessary.
And is there some staging environment, or is it going straight to production?
We have the safety. We have the safety stage environment.
Okay. Yeah. So 34 websites in one code base. How do you manage to make them distinct from each other and not look like as they would be the same site?
Thank you. So the corporate identity itself, that comes from DSR. So they have like their own key idea how the corporate identity should look like. And that's what is the basis for the Figma. I think that's it.
And on top of the design tokens, they also have different content guidelines for each brand. So they talk differently to the users, and they also use the content we provide differently on top of the content looking a bit different for each brand. So that makes the whole package, and that leads to each brand looking quite distinct while being on one code base.
Yeah, that was very impressive, very impressive. Okay, yeah, you guys also contribute a lot every year when you submit projects, what is always a good thing for everybody. So how... I have two questions about that. How do you decide what stays private and what goes public? And you are very famous for naming. Who is responsible for that in the company?
I think that started with Magic Wand. And afterwards, once we started it, we couldn't stop. And the other question, what was it?
How do you decide if a project or a package is going public or stays private?
The answer is yes.
Okay, everything is going public. It's very, that's very good. All right. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, you have to stand because we don't have enough space, but let's just keep staying with us here.
But I think not only for Zeitgeist, but for all the nominees here, and maybe we could have some Sandstormers on stage as well.
Yes,
to have a final huge, I like what you did before, like start slowly until we have some Sandstormers on stage, okay? And then get louder and louder.
Yeah, Sandstormers, come on stage. Where are you? Ah, there is one. Yeah, woo! Ah, there is another one coming. And yes, woo! Oh. So, thank you very much. Thank you for submitting. Thank you for contributing also in a way. Thanks to the jury. It was fun as every year. And thank you to everybody who was involved. Thank you very much. This was the NEOS Award 2026. We will see each other next year.
But stay seated. We have some more announcements to make afterwards. Thank you, David. A big applause. Thank you, everyone. This is yours.
Yes. Bravo, bravo. Das ist schwer, gell?
Ja, those are heavy, actually. David, thank you.
Okay, so I will give you that,
Yeah,
and I
hand
will
that over
leave.
to me.
Bye-bye.
Replace you. I feel underdressed. I feel underdressed.
Not at all. Not at all.
Hey, another huge congratulations to all the winners. I'm so proud of my boys. Good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we have a few more small announcements, you know, just the regular stuff. Are you hungry? Because dinner in 5. Oh, you don't even see this. Oh, you do.
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
see. Yep, dinner in 5. And then, there's a grand new thing. As you know, Jürgen Egeling from Punkt.de is heavily involved in the conference organization, and Jürgen Egeling is an ice cream fiend. If you ever have ice cream and you don't want it eaten, keep it away from him. He's a huge fan. So obviously, the last couple of years, he made sure that there was ice cream cake. And this year, we ramped that one up, and we have a soft serve machine. I heard a gasp. I love the gasp. And then when we're all full, what do we do?
Well,
we drink. And we dance. Are they applauding for the... Is it applause for drinking?
I guess so.
Okay.
Well, actually, as every year, like until 10 p.m., you can stay outside. Then afterwards, come inside because there's people living around. And then we have at, I think it's even on the next slide. First of all helping hands, they just meet just before dinner, so now in front of the stage. So please come here, everyone. Get your helping hands presents and get acknowledged for what you have been doing. Please do that. You can do after that NEOS Award pictures here on stage if you like. All the winners, nominees, whoever wants, do some pictures here. And then around, well, 6:30, which is also now, but think a little bit later, you get to see some behind-the-scenes stuff. And that's actually quite interesting. You might not know, but when it all started, Sandstorm arrived with a little box of things. And they thought everything's easy and so on. And then Kim arrived with a whole truckload. Now it's like there's 2 truckloads of things, one by Sandstorm, one by Kim. And well, that has become very professional. So very well done for that. And there's a behind-the-scenes tour here very soon. That being said,
yeah, one more quick reminder. We were asked to not be so loud after 10 outside. People want to sleep. Sleep is for the weak. But we do have to respect the weak, right? So after 10, we'll be a little quiet. That was my strict mom announcement of the day. I will keep those to myself in the future. Now, helping hands up here, food over there. If after the helping hands have gotten their gifts, you want the stage for pictures with your awards, go ahead and come up back there in a couple of minutes for the behind-the-scenes tour of all the crazy things with so many cables. That was it for day 1.
Dinner, party, love having you.
See you tomorrow.
wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored.